if you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Who doesn't love a 3-day bank holiday weekend, especially if you get to catch up on your favourite hobby, sewing? We are making your bank holiday weekend more spectacular than ever with our Bank Holiday Bonanza. It's time to top up your fabric stash as we're bringing you a huge range of fabrics, all at amazing prices, as well as lots of handy sewing room tools, all perfect for your next sewing project. The Bonanza starts on Saturday the 28th of August and ends Monday the 30th of August from 8 AM to 1 PM each day. You can watch on Sky 670, Freeview 72, YouTube, Facebook Live, or on the Sewing Street app. Amazing discounts, fabulous fabrics and tools, and a whole load of fun. What more could you ask for? Have a great weekend.
Hello, I'm Katharine Wright. I'm from Leicestershire Craft Centre, which is based in Market Harborough. I love all kinds of sewing, but probably my favourite thing to do is dressmaking. But I also teach patchwork and free motion embroidery and anything to do with textiles really. I love to have a go at felting and crochet and knitting and, oh, you name it, I'll have a go at it. So I started sewing when I was 7. My mum taught me to sew, and the very first thing I made was an apron. But I'm a terribly impatient person. I just want to get on with the project. So I didn't wait for her to help me cut it out, and I cut it out myself, and I didn't know you had to have a seam allowance. So I made the world's smallest apron, and my mum still has it somewhere. Sewing tips, I would say, I teach a lot of people to sew, especially beginners, and I would say don't get disheartened, take your learning journey slowly. Don't expect to suddenly make a ball gown or suddenly make a king-size quilt. Build up your skills, you know, slowly. And I would also say the iron is your friend. Use your iron a lot. It makes your sewing look so much better. It helps you get things in place where you want it before you sew, and is a really handy thing to have.
Hello, good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. How is everybody today? We've got a jam-packed day today. A very, very exciting bank holiday weekend for you, in fact. Today, I'm just going to be sitting here having a cup of tea, enjoying, because I've got guests all day today. Katharine's here for 3 hours, by the way. She's going to be here this first hour. She'll then on at 10 o'clock and with us at Yarn Lane at 12. So we've got Katharine Wright and we've got Barbara Mclay in between those hours at 9 and 11. I've had a lovely morning. And then I realised at about 7:45, haven't had my breakfast, haven't painted my nails, I need to do my hair. So I've done a quick plait and ready to go because we've just been chatting all morning, mainly about babies. Right. At the moment, we're having a bit of an issue with our website. At the moment, we're struggling to check out of baskets on the web. If you can, please call the customer service team, who are really, really lovely, and they'll be happy to help you. It's free to call and they'll help you. And I'll keep you updated on the web. Our technical team are aware of it, so thank you for letting us know already. But we will try and get that sorted ASAP. We're going to start with the early bird. So We've actually got 2 early birds today, both very, very similar, but just 2 different sizes. So those of you that want to do a little bit of slow stitching, Katharine and I were just talking about how, you know, a lot has changed, the new normal. And I think now we're going back into our fast-paced lives. We still need to remember to just be a bit calmer, slow down, and do a bit of hand sewing. We're going to talk about hand sewing as well this hour with Katharine, actually. But EPP is brilliant. It does come with a bit of an addiction warning. And yes, you can cut your own hexes, but why? Why? These are precision cut when they're $2.99. Don't put yourself through it. Don't just be, you know, drawing them all out and cutting them all when you can do that you've got them exactly the right size, all ready to go. These are all your 1-inch hexes, a pack of 100 for £2.99. Saving £1 today for our early bird special. Remember, call the customer service team. It's 0800 001 4433. They're ready to take your calls. I'll keep you updated on the web checkout situation. But there you go. I can see lots of you adding to your basket. I'll update you when you can check out. But in the meantime, if you do want to check out nice and early, it's 0800 001 4433. Good morning, Susan. Hi, everybody on Facebook. Come say hello to me. Julie said, morning, Vic. Can't wait for today's show. Oh, it's going to be lovely. It really is. Sue's just put, good morning, Vicky and team. Love Katharine's demos. We've got 3 demos from Katharine today, Sue. Susan's just said, good morning, Vic. It's good to see you. Can't wait for today's show. Laurie's put, morning, Vic. You're looking lovely this morning. Thank you. You and the team have a great day. Thank you ever so much. Keep all of your messages coming through for us on Facebook. So I must say as well, these are really lovely quality cards. So they're sort of thin enough, I'll show you, that you'll be able to take them out. But it's thick enough that you'd be able to reuse these, so you can easily, you know, stitch around it. But they are like a nice, I'm going to say a thin card, thicker than your paper, but thinner than card. £2.99. Hexes are always your sort of traditional shape, aren't they, as well for EPP. Stock up multi-buy on these. Hi, Elizabeth. You're looking fresh and summery. Well, I woke up this morning and it was still dark, and I refuse to believe that we're going into autumn. We are definitely going to have a hot September. I'm hoping, because I feel like we've sort of been robbed of our summer, haven't we? Other than that 1 week, which was too hot, I feel like I haven't been able to do anything summery. So yeah, I've still got my flip-flops on, still wearing my summer dresses, even though it was like a winter's morning today. It was really, really cold. But lovely to hear from you. Thank you, Elizabeth, for your message. We've also got a second early bird. Are you ready? We're going to do the 3/4 inch, exactly the same. Well, in fact, you know when I was saying it's thicker than paper but thinner than card, I can tell you it's actually 120 GSM paper, which is the technical term. 100 of your 3/4 inch hexi pack for £2.49. Just £2.49, and that's 100 of them. You can reuse these, as I say, but at those sort of prices, why not stock up? These are lovely to even do. You don't need to do a whole hexi quilt with these smaller sizes. You could just do a few of them, maybe onto a purse. You could do them as borders along a cushion and sort of applique them on. You could do lots of lovely patterns with your hexes, can't you? You don't need to do a whole quilt. You could do little notebook covers. You could do, I'm thinking little makeup bags. Just having fun here, making up my own little pattern. Imagine doing lots of different colours as little flowers. Using your Kaffe, and trust me, with the Kaffe kit today, you have so much left over from the Kaffe quilt, you could do loads of hexes. Oh, imagine little matching hexy cushions. They'd be lovely. So they are today's 2 early bird specials. Please remember to check out with the customer service team today, as we're having problems with the web. Our technical team are aware of it. I think it's across the group. I think it's with Jewelry Maker as well. They've got the same problem as well. But our tech team are brilliant and they are working on it. So I'll keep you updated. Check out with the customer service team, or I'll let you know when you can check out your basket. Do you want the number again? Free phone number, 0800 001 4433. Right, we got our morning mantra today. Kat saying I can see everybody adding to their baskets. thank you for your patience. Just I'll keep you updated when you can check out. So I can spend my day feeling daunted, or I can spend it climbing over things that's daunting me. If I'm going to spend, it might as well be a good investment. That's a good morning mantra. We forgot to do it before the show, so we thought we'd do it on air with you. But we're trying to do a positive morning mantra every day. So I like that one. That's like Hattie's sort of thing, isn't it? Your affirmation morning mantra, Joe. Hi, everybody. Hi. Oh, Baffa, I did see you on air. It was lovely to see you. Was it yesterday, day before? Day before. Hi, June. Have you moved in yet? How is Maisie? Maisie's amazing. And no, haven't moved into my house yet. Don't ask. Don't ask. We will be in September. We will definitely be in September. But yes. Good morning, Becky. Good morning, Sophia as well. She says you're looking lovely today. No hot September. Last month of pregnancy. Oh, okay, yeah. You don't want heat when it's your last month of pregnancy. Even in March, I was constantly boiling in my last month. So yes, hopefully then it's not too hot for you. Right, shall we do this hour for you now? We've got the most gorgeous new panel. This would be brilliant for talking of having babies, actually. This would be brilliant as a play mat, and it would be great then to grow with your baby, because Katharine was saying, obviously you could have this as a play mat on the floor to lie them on, and then as they get older, we could turn it into different games. So we'll talk about that with Katharine as we go. But the great thing is with these panels is that the world's your oyster. I mean, you can do whatever you want with them. You could cut them out and put them on the front of storage tubs. You could make them into little books, like quilted books. You could use them for lots of different projects. Now, we've had alphabet panels before, which have all been very, very popular. What I like about this one is actually it's a little more grown up, isn't it? I like the colours of this one. It's your vintage alphabet. So you have got all of those squares for $14.99. Now, we've got some bundles coming up, but the only way of getting this panel is right here, right now. It hasn't been bundled with any of the others. So $14.99, and if you are multiplying, then it will come like this. But if you are making a quilt or a play mat, you'll see in a moment how quick and easy it is to do it, because it's a panel. It's all already done. You don't need to do any patchwork. You could if you want to. We've got some complementary panels as well. So you could cut all of these squares individually and put sash in between them, or get really creative and put little doors on them, or make them as pockets. Depends on, what you want to do. Oh, and I don't think we've done the morning menu. You're right. Right, let's do it now. Let's do it quickly now, because I haven't told you what's coming up today. We've just jumped straight into 8 o'clock. So, yeah, this morning, 8 o'clock, our vintage alphabet wall hanging. At 9 o'clock, we've got Barbara Mclay, and we're going to be doing a lovely little clutch bag and a vintage purse as well to go with. At 10 o'clock, you'll see in a second behind Katharine, the Kaffe quilt. It's a sunset quilt. In fact, let's have a look at it. Isn't it gorgeous? I can't get enough of Kaffe Fassett. Every single time that we have a new quilt, it just literally makes me go, oh, so exciting. So that's coming up at 10 o'clock. Yeah. 11 o'clock, we've got linen look cushions, which are gorgeous. Kat and I are very excited about that show. I've asked Barbara to show me how to do some piping in that show, because I really want one of these cushions. I want to do piped edging. We've got a thistle one. We've also got a rooster, and we've got a parakeet. We're not quite sure if it's a parrot or a parakeet, but I'm going to say parakeet, because Katharine thinks it's a parakeet, and I think she's right. At 12 o'clock, Yarn Lane, knitted and crochet, cotton tops, which are behind me. They're coming up on Yarn Lane today, two of which are behind me, but they're lovely, aren't they? So stay with us all day today if you can. If you can, stay with us. It'd be lovely to have your company. So, back to the panel. Sorry, I've done it in a rubbish order today. I think it's thrown me that the website's not playing ball today. $14.99. Oh, everyone's saying hello, Susan. Is that Lynn? Lynn saying hello to Susan. Everyone's saying hello to each other on the Facebook Live. $14.99. What have we got? A for acorn, B for butterfly, cat, goat, kangaroo. Please just bear with us. If you're putting them in your baskets, the best thing to do is call the call centre, but I can't guarantee what's going to be available by the time the web's up and running. That's my only worry. I would say, look, just wait and I'll let you know once you can check out of your web basket. But I don't know how limited things are today. So bear with us, and if you can do in the meantime, call the customer service team. It's free to call 0800 001 4433, $14.99 for your panel. Now we've also got some complementing panels. So the only way of getting this one is individually like that. We have also got these individually, but we've put them in a bundle as well. So I'll open them all out because they're amazing. This one is huge. I'm going to have to stand up, in fact. This is the fat quarter one, Kat. There's so much that you're going to be able to make. Oh, we put the whole big bundle in. So for $54.97, you do make a saving actually of $12.99 if you get all of the bundles, which include the hexes, the 5-inch squares, the fat quarters. Then you get the strips as well. There's so much that you're getting. We'll have a look through them. But this would be great for a bag. Katharine's going to give us some ideas. If you want to incorporate it into your quilt, if you want to make some cushions to go with, we're going to be talking about some reading cushions as well. They're lovely colours though, aren't they? I like those blues, this duck eggy sort of blue. And it doesn't necessarily need to be for children's makes, does it? If you do want the fat quarter panel on its own, it's on pre-order. It's VGUU08. VGUU08 is your item code. We will be looking at it individually in a minute. So that's the fat quarter one. I'm just going to whiz through these. Sorry that my folding is going to be a bit iffy this hour. Right, because these are big panels. This is another one, which is brilliant to incorporate into your quilt. They're all complementing colours as well, so it's hard work sort of done for you. It can be quite scrappy and random without it being too random. Still got some structure to it. So this is the squares, available individually as well, SJUU47 on pre-order. But if you do want to get them in the main bundle, you are saving $12.99, which is virtually, well, virtually one for free, isn't it? $12.99 for that one. Kat's talking to the technical team. Fingers crossed we're going to be up and running very, very soon with the website. But we can see you putting it in your basket, so keep putting it through. We've also got the hexes. There's this one, hexes. So this one, it says in the top here, they're 2-inch edge added, and then plus added 1/4 inch for your seam allowance as well. Oh, sorry, Joe, we're going overhead. No, I'll follow you. You're the director. These will be available on their own individually, but if you do want the whole shebang, the whole bundle, remember it includes all of the panels bar that first one for $54.97. So if you're thinking, I love the panel, but I want to do hexes or I want to make something different, then these are great. So you get this one, plus you also get the strips. That is a lot, isn't it? A lot for your money. And this is another massive panel. I think this is £20 individually anyway. How good is that? $54.97. A lot of fabric. That is a lot of fabric. You are going to be able to make bags, cushions, all sorts just with this one panel, in fact, actually. You can get this individually. It's OSUU84, which is your item code number. We will do it individually, but it's great to be able to get them all together. We'll run through them later because we want to go over to Katharine, but do make the most of them. I will keep you updated on the website. As soon as we know, we'll give you the heads up. We'll give you the heads up when you can check out on the web. How are you, Katharine? Oh,
I'm
good.
Very well this morning. Yes,
Jolly good.
hello.
You're looking lovely. I like your dress.
I did make this one.
It's very nice.
Yes.
Very nice.
Well,
how's summer holidays been?
They've been very nice. We're not quite back at school yet. Next week.
Next week.
Next week. But the school shoes are bought. The uniforms have the
Already.
name tags on.
Do you
We're ready.
well? Do you stitch this? I was going to say this. Do you embroider the names on the PE kits and things like that?
Oh my goodness, no.
Do you not? Because I remember my gran used to do our school uniform, but I saw somebody had put on Facebook. Does anyone know where you can get those iron-on stickers to be able to put the names on school uniforms?
But I have the little name tapes, but
Yeah.
I do a really whizzy.
Okay.
I literally fold them in half, put them in the label of the garment and whiz them through the sewing machine. I've got 3 children. I've got to find a quick way.
Everybody's name on their kits.
I think when my eldest started, me and my mum hand sewed them all in.
Oh,
but it was only that year.
That's it. So these kits are great, aren't they? They're lovely colours.
So much fabric,
vintage.
absolutely, so much fabric in all of it. If you were a childminder or you worked in a preschool or a nursery or
good
something,
idea.
Just buy it and you can make cushions for everybody.
Yeah, that's such a good idea.
In your like little library area.
Yeah,
it'd be
love
great
that.
as you're opening it all.
So if you've got the panel, which is the first one we were looking at,
Yes.
we were talking about making a play mat, weren't we?
Yeah, so
great?
I've made, I mean, they've called it a wall hanging, but I think it would work really, really well as a play mat.
Yeah.
Because when you've got little children, I mean, when they're babies, you lie them on the floor, and then as soon as they're a bit bigger, they play on the floor, don't they? And and actually, it's quite handy to have something that's portable. Yeah. You can like roll up and take with you.
Good idea.
Yeah.
You can even stitch a ribbon on the end of it, can't you, and tie it?
You could.
Roll it and tie
absolutely.
it up.
And you don't tend to use them as quilts on beds these days, but definitely mats in the daytime. I know I used them a lot when my children were little.
Oh yeah, well we were saying you spend a majority of your time on the floor.
You do. Your first 4 years you just wear jeans because you're just on the floor all the time. Yes. So and I think you could really like add and embellish it. I mean, my one here, I've just done some basic quilting. I used my fancy stitches because it's always nice to play with your fancy stitches. Yeah. But I did think, you know, you could use some of the things from the other panels. You could, like you say, add pockets. You could add, you get those ones where there's things for them to do, like ribbons to tie or zips to do to help their fine motor skills. Good idea. Little flaps. You make little flaps for them to see what's underneath. Yeah. So there's all sorts you can do just with that, I think. And then I made some other things. Shall I show you the other things?
Yes, please.
So this, out of the fat quarter panel, I made 2 reading cushions, and there was still fabric left.
Like you said, if you know anybody who, or if you work at a nursery, these are great for like your reading corner, aren't they?
And I mean, I think this is lovely for a gift.
Oh, good idea.
You know, because I'm a big reader. I love a book. I think all children should have lots and lots and lots of books. So, you know, if you've got grandchildren or anything like that, to give them a cushion and buy a lovely book to put in it.
Good idea.
That's just such a nice gift. Yeah. I would like it. I'd like it now.
These are your children's books.
These were yes.
You keep them.
Yes.
Does anybody else keep all things like that? I want to know because we're talking about it this morning.
But they're favourites. I've kept their favourites. And then hopefully one day, if I have a grandchildren, I'll get them out, you see, won't I? Yeah.
We talked about it earlier. I was saying how much stuff we all sort of keep, and my mum's got all my schoolwork and things like that, and I'm like, Mum, just get rid of it, it's fine. I don't think I'll be looking through that again.
I've got all my children's school books so far, and they won't want it in the end, but it's nice.
Nice to keep.
I made a little bag, and then all those like the squares, I just made little padded. I haven't done the whole alphabet, but little padded sort of things, because you could play games with them.
Yeah,
so like matching games to match your letters. And again, if this was a floor mat, you can take your letter and you've got to match it up. So it becomes a little bit educational
as well.
Learn things too.
It's definitely worth getting the whole bundle then, because it's
there's so much you can do with it. And I mean, if you wanted to make a bigger quilt, this looks like a dangerous thing to do, doesn't it? To divide this up and put the strips in between,
you'd make a massive quilt.
You really, really could.
Well, that's the great thing about having all the complementing fabrics, isn't it? That all the hard work's sort of done for you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Also, if you bought the whole bundle, you'd have enough different letters to cut out and spell names.
True. That's a good idea. Yeah.
If you've only got one alphabet, you haven't, because there's never enough vowels. But if you've got the bundle, you definitely do some personalised things there as well.
Good idea.
Yes.
Good idea. And I like the colours. I mean, sometimes we've done alphabet panels in the before, which, don't get me wrong, are beautiful and bright, but they are... these are more sort of, I'm going to say, grown-up colours. They're the nice vintage colours, aren't they?
Yeah, slightly more muted, aren't they? But still pretty. Pretty. So what I thought I would show you today was a little bit of hand quilting for a change.
Yeah, nice.
Because lots of people come on and do loads of quilting. And if you've watched me before, you know I don't like quilting very much.
Hand quilting.
But
You like hand stitching,
hand
don't
quilting.
you?
I do, and it's relaxing.
Yeah.
And again, a nice thing to do as we start to get into a bit more wintry. I know it's getting wintry because when I work an evening at the craft centre and I leave, it's now dark.
Oh.
Yeah, I have about a 6-week window in summer when I go home and it's still light, but it's dark now.
Oh, it was dark when my alarm went off this morning. Yeah, not good.
Rubbish. Funnily enough, you're saying about the summer, on the radio as I drove over today, they were saying that if you lived in Northern Ireland and Scotland, you've had a fantastic summer. It's only this down south. And it's a south-centric view that we've had a drab summer, which we have.
Yeah.
But if you live up north, you haven't. You've had a wonderful one.
Oh.
So we were just in the wrong place.
So
hand quilting.
Do you have to do all your sort of sandwich?
What I've done,
quilt?
you can see I've not cut it particularly accurately because you always want to trim it down afterwards because quilting can sort of shrink it in a little bit. I've put it together using the good old spray adhesive. I can't remember the number, but you'll know.
505.
That's the one.
We've got the June Taylor on today's show, which is the same sort of thing. It's a basting spray, which is a temporary adhesive, but it's brilliant. And actually, I know a lot of people, it's still at an early bird price, by the way, £12.49, saving £2. Again, can see lots in baskets. I'm so sorry. Keep it in your basket or call the customer service team and they'll be able to check out your basket for you. Having problems on the web, sorry.
That's all right. So I actually put it together quite a few days ago and it stayed together brilliantly. So you can prep it all, no tacking, but I've gone a little bit extra and we'll trim that down at the end when we come to put it all together. And I decided I'd do a bit of hand quilting today. Now hand quilting, you use a very short needle.
Which surprised me when I found this out, because you would
know.
presume you need a long one to get through all the
You would, wouldn't
different
you? But
layers.
you're sort of stabbing. Yeah.
Okay.
So a short needle it is, a quilting needle. I mean, although, to be fair, it's nice and sharp. So if you haven't got an actual quilting needle, I think as long as you've got a very nice sharp needle, then you're okay, because you've got to go through all your layers. And I have done a little knot, but I've pulled it through on the back so that you can't see it, but it's embedded into your wadding.
Okay.
So that's what you want to do. You're hiding things inside your wadding. And the idea with hand quilting is that you have very nice, even, straight stitches. Really. It's a running stitch, so just up and down, but because you've got that short needle, you can't sort of go through, you can't kind of do that and get through lots. You've got to do a stitch at a time almost. I've put it in a hoop just because it pulls it nice and straight, but again, there's lots you can do with this. I've decided to start following the letter, but you can pick out, you can use different contrasting colours, you can pick out the different shapes.
Can you do a bit of a mixture where you do some on machine and some hand quilting?
I think that would be really nice, actually. Yes, to do a mixture. You can embroider on it. It doesn't have to be hand quilted. You could just do some nice embroidery. The idea, obviously, of your quilting is you go through all the layers. So you're going through the back as well as the front, so that it's holding it all together.
Oh, thanks for your lovely message, Sue. She's put, morning, Mum and crew. How's Maisie? She's lovely, thank you. Really lovely. Hope you and your family are very well. You look fabulous. The menu's looking good too. Love to you all. It's going to be a great day today, as long as our website starts working. The gremlins are in today. Bear with us, though. It's an early start, isn't it? Donna's just put good morning, everybody. I think the graphics know it's bank holiday. They've got their... the caravan, they're off on their holidays. Yeah, out of office sign on. Judith said good morning, Vicky. Claire's watching. Morning, Vixen. Katharine. Morning, Claire. Caroline said good morning to you all. Barbara Mclay's watching from the green room, ready for her show. And Mark Francis is watching. Oh my word, it's Vicky Carroll. Mark, I've been here quite a bit, you know. I have been here, I just haven't seen you for ages. I heard Mark saying that he's coming to do a workshop at the craft centre.
Well, he came earlier in the year and did tie making, which was fab.
Oh, great.
Really good. And he's coming back to do a waistcoat out of, you can make it out of your old jeans. You can do a bit of upcycling.
Oh, that's good.
You can buy new fabric if you want. But I like the idea of upcycling. I'm all for a bit of upcycling.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. So.
I was in Kenilworth the other day and I did think, I wonder if I spot you. I wonder if I see you, Mark.
He's up early today.
He is.
I bet he's still in his smoking jacket.
I just imagine him
Drinking his
always
coffee.
to have,
Yeah.
his fabulous robe on.
I suspect he might have one of those little nightcaps with a tassel.
Yeah, with a cigar.
Pipe.
A pipe, yeah.
So I'm just following the little V with my. It's not very straight. It's quite hard to do this standing up, I've discovered, when it's quite a big thing. But you are stabbing up, stabbing down, going through all your layers.
I actually like though when you can tell that it's hand stitched when they aren't particularly.
Definitely, yes. That's what we like. We don't want it to look like it's come from a shop, do we?
No. Hi Sharon, good morning. A very rare Friday off. Oh, enjoy. Is it because it's bank holiday, Sharon? Is everybody? We said we don't know whether we're going to have people in the office today or don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out soon. Loving the show and bundle. We've got a brilliant bank holiday lineup for you. So even if you're off on your holidays or you're going anywhere, make sure that you take your tablet or get us on YouTube or on Facebook. You have to still check in with us because it's going to be brilliant. Mark says, I do wear a nightshirt in bed, so you're on the right lines.
Excellent. This also looks very nice with variegated threads.
Oh,
if you bought those. I bought some off Sewing Street the other week. You had them on variegated threads.
Oh, nice.
To do some quilting with, which I haven't got around to do yet.
Well, that's it. I know that a lot of people have maybe got finished piece tops and sort of haven't got around to quilting yet. Where this is really nice that you could sort of pick it up and put it down.
You can do a little bit at a time. You haven't got to sort of think, oh, I've got to sit and do my big load of quilting. You could, you can have it while you're watching telly in the evening and do a little bit at a time, which is quite a nice idea.
Especially if you've done lots of piecing. So if you've got the bundle and you've decided to do, lots of different piecing, it's nice actually to sit and just take your time away from the sewing machine sometimes. Like you said, darker in the evening, sitting in front of the television. It's a really nice thing to do.
Now, I'm not very neat on the back, but when you want to finish it off, and I'm going to blame that again on standing up, you're going to literally wiggle your needle all the way through. And it's embedded in your wadding and you can snip it off. I went a bit haywire at the start. I've done V for Vicky.
Thank you.
That wasn't intentional, it was just by chance.
And so if you're doing hand quilting, does it depend on what wadding you're using, machine quilting, of how far apart your stitches need to be?
Not necessarily.
So if you started on the next one, where would you do the next part of hand quilting? Could you just do it through the letters?
Yes, I think so. I think something
That's
like
enough.
this that isn't particularly huge as well, you definitely could.
That's enough to keep it together.
I think so. You can do very big stitches. There's quite a trend for quite big stitching with hand quilting as well. Or you can do it small. You can do all kinds. I mean, like with free motion, that you can do all kinds of wiggly designs. You can do that with your hand quilting. You can just sit and go freestyle. There is no sort of set rule, or you can follow your edges. You've got endless choices with this. You can be really creative, which is nice. I mean, you haven't got to do a lot of piecing, but if you're somebody who likes doing the quilting, wants to do more quilting, you've got real opportunities to get very creative with these panels, I think.
Lots of people asking if the alphabet panel sold out. No, it hasn't. Don't worry, you'll still get it. We've just got problems adding to your basket on the web, and we are completely aware of it. Kat's just got off the phone to the support team, in fact. What was the update, Kat? They're aware of it. They're aware of it. I think they're being bombarded by us and Jory Maker. But no, they are aware of it, and we will update you when you can add to your basket. Did you just say it's so free? It's so free to call the call centre, Kat's just said. It's just really free. 0800 001 4433 if you want to speak to the customer service team. That is definitely the best way of getting involved. At the moment, it's the only way of checking out today. Fingers crossed we will have an update during this hour that you'll be able to check out your basket, but I'll keep you updated. Morag, I hope you get signal in the Galloway Forest. Where's Galloway Forest? Galloway Forest
I think that's
for the
in
weekend.
Scotland.
Yeah.
Might be sunny up there.
Morning, ladies. Not sure how long I'll be tuning in for as away for the weekend. Well, hopefully you get signal at the weekend and you can still dip in and out so you can see what we're up to.
I'm moving a summer house this weekend.
And you haven't got your wheelbarrow?
Well, we have. We bought
you got one. So Katharine said, for my birthday, I had some birthday money and I was either going to get a wheelbarrow, and then I went shopping with my friend and bought some new trainers, which are complimented on, which are lovely. So you're moving summer house, but you have got
last time
well.
I was on, we were putting the shed up. And I can tell you, we did manage to put the shed up, although it was the worst flat pack we ever took.
It was a flat pack
It was
shed.
a flat pack. It's like a metal shed. Had about 10 billion screws.
Oh.
And we kept putting them in and then discovering that we'd put them in the wrong bit, or we'd put them in
no.
too soon and we had to take them out again.
Is your husband handy?
Oh, he's really good, but the
Yeah.
instructions were just terrible. And there was a whole load where he went, well, I don't think they've done this right. I'm going to super glue them in. So we super glued these screws in, and then we turned to the page on the instructions, and it was like, shouldn't have done that.
Oh no. I do get worried sometimes when you do a flat pack and all of a sudden there's loads of screws and bolts that are still left over, and you're thinking, right, how safe is this chair? Where are they supposed to be going?
Yeah. So the shed came up. So this weekend the plan is we've got to lay a base. We're moving a summer house because that's the sort of lady I am. And so this weekend we're moving a summer house. It's always fun in my house.
Great bank holiday weekend. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Doing all your DIY jobs. Now I feel like I'm an adult now that I spend my bank holiday weekends doing chores,
DIY. I feel grown up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although you just don't want to see the uproar and the mess that is my new house.
I did see a picture on
Did you see
social
it?
media, and I did think,
Yeah, I thought we
Not
were just doing a
moving
bit of
in yet.
painting. Was it you who messaged me, or it might have been Adele who said, I thought you were just painting it? And I was like, yeah, me too.
has your husband got a bit carried away?
He's got a bit carried away knocking down walls, apparently, yeah.
I thought it was a new house.
It was 20 years old, so
Oh.
it's not an old house, but it's, he just enjoys knocking down walls, apparently.
As you do. Right, so I've done a little line here, and you can start to see how you kind of get your quilting effect, because it starts to, can you see, pull it in a little bit, so you're starting to get that kind of puffiness that you get with a quilt. And I'm going to do a little bit more, and then I will show you how to crack on with a border and do a bit of a mitered corner, because we all love a mitered corner, don't we? But I think this is quite nice to do a hand quilt and for a change.
Do you use different weight of threads for quilting?
So quilting thread is a little bit thicker. There's my little reel of quilting thread, which actually does say quilting on it.
Right.
Yeah, but you could use embroidery thread if you wanted to, if you've got some nice colours. That's got a sort of springiness to it. Although it says it's cotton, it doesn't feel like cotton.
Okay.
It's got more of a springiness. But you could use embroidery thread if you wanted to.
Well, remember our Chris, I want to say Chris Hughes, is it? Chris English, sorry. Who's Chris Hughes? I don't know. Chris English. Do you remember Chris with the beard from Festival of Quilts?
Yes.
So he came on the show during that weekend, and he launched his own Aurifil thread pack, which had lots of variegated threads. It had quilting weight threads. It had all sorts. We've got it still on our website. I know our website's down, but you can call the call centre. You can find it on the web and call the call centre. But that'd be a good thread pack to go with this, actually. That'd be a lovely one. Oh, Morag's just said it's Southwest Scotland, Galloway.
Nice.
It's been 2 years since I've been there. So canny mind. What's canny mind mean? Are you from Newcastle by any chance? I think Laura says that to me. But I'm at a carriage driving event. The weather is good. It's a sun trap. P.S. If the weather's good, it's a sun trap. Oh, I hope you've got lovely weather, Morag, this weekend. It's supposed to be nice here, actually, this weekend. You'll have nice weather for moving your summer house.
For the concreting, yes.
So when you're hand quilting, do you still put a sort of border around the edge of extra wadding and the back of your fabric backing? Does it still tend to shrink like your machine
It might
quilting?
a little bit, yes, because if I've only done a very small bit, but you can see it's starting to pull it in a little bit there. So if you've done a lot all over, yes, I would definitely leave extra and then trim down once you've finished, because you don't want to find that your backing is too small or your wadding is too small when you get to it. So I'm just going to trim off.
Tom's had a lie-in. Morning, Tom.
I'll just do those two sides. Now I've cut 2-inch strips for my border.
And have you joined them together, Katharine?
Well, that's what I was going to show you.
Ooh,
Yes, so
good
I've
idea.
joined them so you get a nice diagonal. I couldn't think of the word.
Why would you do a
join.
diagonal as opposed to butting them up next to each other?
It looks nicer and it sort of hides it
Oh,
more.
okay.
I think.
I just always wondered
Yes.
why it was that it's...
So when you're going to do that, you place your 2 strips like that at right angles to each other. And you're going to stitch from the top left corner down to the bottom right corner. Now what is important, and it's really easy to do, when you're joining multiple strips, is get one of them upside down. I'm going to turn mine over. So just make sure as you're going along that you get it the right way.
Your Cadet Blue is your main graphic, by the way, which it's sold by the half metre. So if you do want to do linings for bags or backing, binding, then it's good to be able to include, especially at that price.
So there's my diagonal of stitching, and you can trim off the excess. You want to leave about 1/4 of an inch.
Hi, Lindsay.
And
good
then
morning
when
all.
you open it up, you can see you've got a really nice join. So this is why it's important when you put them together that you have that little overlap. Where's my other strip? There it is. If you don't have the overlap, they won't be in line when you open them up. If you do them like that, and then stitch and sew, when you open them up, they won't be in a straight line. So you always do a little overlap so that when you stitch it and open it, you've got a nice straight line of binding, and 1/4 of an inch on your overlap.
Right.
So there we go, I've got a nice strip, and we're going to pop it on.
How much would you say that you'd need for your binding and backing?
I did 4 strips across the width of the fabric for this one.
Okay. How
And
much were you sent? Can you remember?
a big bit.
A
I
lot.
don't know for certain. I would say what you've got, because they usually send me what's
Yeah.
going to be in the bundles.
Right, okay.
But so I cut 2. I mean, they sent me enough for 2. This
You got a metre, I bet.
this panel went across the width of your fabric.
Ah, okay, yeah.
You didn't have to do it long ways. It went across the width, so you can see I've got the salvage.
So a metre.
Went salvage to salvage.
That looks like half a
Yeah,
metre
and
there.
then I'd got enough for strips as well.
Perfect.
So I've got a feeling they
gonna say
might have
2
sent me
units.
2 meters, so because then I could do both. Okay, so we're going to do right sides together with our border. Because of joining it up when you get round, leave a good bit here at the start. I'm just going to put 1 or 2 pins in, and when you stitch, you want to stitch up to 1/4 of an inch before the end. So I'm just going to put a little pin in there just to remind me where to stop. Don't know who's been at the pins this last week. They're all bent.
Mark Francis, or who else has been in? Becky Alexander Frost. Oh, we had yesterday. Well, we had Debbie Shaw, we had Stuart Hiller.
It was like celebrity day, wasn't it?
We had Sally Ann Harrison. It was a busy day yesterday. Busy day today. We've got guests all day today as well.
So 1/4 inch seam.
The complementary bundle would be nice to add in. Remember, if you do want to add some solids, 2.5 metres, and it's just $15.99, and the team have matched in perfectly the right colours for you. So you've got the green, the cadet blue, you've got the tan, you've got chartreuse. And what's this cream? It's like a natural seeded, yeah it is, natural seeded cotton. It's 100% cotton, it's beautiful, and the lovely nice orange, and it does go perfectly with your panel. Don't worry, the alphabet panel has not yet sold out if you're just tuning in. We're just having issues on the website. I know I sound like a broken record, but lots of people are still asking us. So I will update you when you can check out on the web. You can check out with the customer service team though. They'll know what you're talking about because they've had a lot of calls obviously this morning. So if you do speak to them, they're lovely and it's free to call them. Sorry about that. Thank you, Katharine.
Okay, so we've gone on, we've stopped 1/4 of an inch before the corner. And so to make our mitered corner, we're going to go, made a long strip now, let's get that up there. We're going to turn it up at a diagonal so that the fold is up to the point of your quilt, and then you're going to fold it back on yourself so the top edge is in line with the top edge of your quilt. And then we're going to start stitching again down here with your 1/4 inch seam. I am going to put some pins in. I found some better pins now. I'm going to mess up Kat's colour-coded pin cushion.
We don't know who did the colour-coded pin cushion. It wasn't Kat.
Oh, wasn't it?
No. I don't know who else would have done it, actually, though. Kat, you are the sort of person... So I think a guest did it.
Oh, right. Someone had a bit of spare time. And then we'll go down this side.
Oh, thank you so much for bearing with us, by the way. We can see the baskets. We can see a lot of people have got it in their basket. In fact, we're way over allocated. If everybody
could check out on the website, then I'd be saying it's sold out. So what I would recommend is that you phone the call centre if you definitely want it, because as soon as I say, that's it, the website's open, they could all sell out in a heartbeat. So if you definitely want it, be careful, speak to the customer service team. And I know that if I'm honest, if I have an option of buying something on a website as opposed to speaking to somebody, especially in the morning, then I'd take that option. But our call centre are so helpful. I always call our call centre, probably too much. I do wait until like the evening, because they're there 24 hours. So I wait till the evening because I feel bad then if people are in a queue, but often order from Gemporia as well, so I'm ringing them. But it's all the same team that are working across all the channels, but they're expecting your calls this morning. So yeah, do speak to them. Hi, Lindsay. Looking very smart as always, and I'm presuming you're talking about Katharine. And love watching when you're on Sewing Street. Hope you're all well, because Lindsay, I'm not. I've got holes in this dress, which Katharine. Did you notice? Not on the telly. Oh, earlier on. No, Katharine, just so you know, you've got a hole in that dress. I said, oh, but you can't see it on the telly, can you? So, yeah, no, Katharine is looking very smart. I know, I'm working on a sewing show. I thought, if I bring this in,
I ought to run over and stitch you
somebody
up.
Can quickly just do a little mend for me.
Okay, so I have you can see there, when you fold that round to the other side, you will get your nice mitered corner. On this side, I'm just going to stitch this bit on, and I'm going to show you how to join it together with a really nice finish. I've just lost my microphone.
Oh, Sue just put last breath of summer dress. I know. Well, I thought I'm not going to be able to wear it, so I'll sort that hole out when it's autumn, when I can't wear it anymore. Right. Whilst Katharine's just sorting her microphone out, can I remind you, the alphabet panel, your item code to speak to the customer service team with is LJUU80 if they ask you for the code. But don't worry, they know exactly which one you're talking about. If you just say the vintage alphabet panel, they'll know exactly which one you mean. If you want the whole bundle of all of the different fabrics, the squares, the hexes, the strips, the fat quarters, I mean a huge bundle of panels, all for 54. Is it 54.97? 54.97. Yeah, 54.97 for all of the 4 panels. Loads of fabric. I will repeat them all before the end of the show or when our website is up and running. But the whole bundle, hexes, 5-inch squares, fat quarters and strips, 2.5-inch strips, saving £12.99. Which has got to be like definitely the price of the hexes or the strips. It's got to be. I mean, that is such a good price, isn't it, for all of that fabric? You're going to be able to make so much, so much. Our panels are always brilliant value for money anyway. So to do a saving, it's definitely worth making the most of it. Mega savings today. Starting off our bank holiday the right way. Although, saying that, we've got technical issues. But you always benefit. Whenever we get technical issues at the start of the day, we always use it as an excuse to do some really cheeky discounts. So stay tuned. Right, so we've gone all the way around with our binding.
Imagine I've gone all the way around.
Okay.
So this is how you're going to finish it off to make a nice, neat join. So if you're, depending what the width of your binding is, mine is 2 inches, you want to divide that in half, so 1 inch. I tend to always do 2-inch border because it makes it nice and easy on the maths. Pop a pin in the centre, this is where my two are going to overlap, so pop a pin in the centre. Then fold one side over and you're going to measure 1 inch beyond that pin and you're going to cut it off like that. Then you're going to do the same on the other side. We're going to fold it over. We're going to measure 1 inch beyond and trim it off. Then you can join your 2 pieces in the same way that you joined your strips. So we're going to overlap them like so. Have a little, just check, is it going to open out right? Yes. I'm going to pop the pin in there to hold it. And I'm going to stitch that in the same way, a diagonal across from the top left to the bottom right.
Is there a place that you would join it?
I would tend to I would tend to normally do it at the bottom. I think on this one, on my example, yes, I joined it at the bottom.
Where your eye's not going to be necessarily. Right, okay. No, I just wondered. Sorry, Mark Francis. I rebuff those accusations most strongly, Victoria. I use beautifully matched pear pins. Sorry, I'm not blaming you, Mark. Mark says, I always blame Debbie Shaw or Wendy Orlando. My first thought was blame Wendy Orlando, but she hasn't been here since the 16th, so I can't blame her for the pins being all bent. I know that because I've been asking Wendy when she's in because I've not seen her for so long. And she said she was on the 16th.
So I'm cutting off the excess and you can see because you've measured it like that, it's going to fit in. Lovely. We've got no excess. So now I can just finish off. Let's give it a quick press. Press open. I can finish stitching that.
I believe there's a pressing mat under there, Kat's saying. There is, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of wadding on this quilt, Kat.
Sue's asked a question for you, Kat. Don't suppose if you know if Midnight plain fabric is just black on the website. You know all the names of the fabrics, don't you? No, Midnight is a really deep blue, Sue. She says, I don't want to block the phone lines with the silly question. No, this question is silly, but Kat knows all of the names of them. So, yeah, no, it's a really deep blue. Oh, thank you for message in Lincolnshire. Got straight through to the call centre, got my panel. Brilliant. Oh, they're fab, aren't they? They're really lovely. Sue, oh, look at how handy this is. Thank you for messaging in because we can show you the swatch chart of the colours. So you can see... Right, what I'm going to do is I'll show you there, Midnight on the end. I don't know whether, I don't want to bend it, but... So that's Midnight on the end. Sorry, Joe, I'll let you get the focus. There's Midnight. It's a very deep, it's deeper than navy. And then that's black. It's really deep, but it has got a hint of blue to it. Thank you for asking, though.
Right, so we're stitched on. And it all gets pressed to the right side. And then we will flip it over, turn in that bottom edge to cover our stitching. And I would hand stitch this. You can machine it, but I always like to slip stitch it. I just think it looks neater.
Oh, and it's a nice finish, especially if you are
really
doing lots of piecing and machine sewing. I know we've been doing hand quilting today, but if you are doing lots of machine piecing, it's nice to hand stitch at the end.
It is. I always think it's a really pleasing way to finish it all.
Jan, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. She just put Money, Vicky and Catherine. She says, when is the pink quilt on today? It looks like Kaffe. It is. It is. It's there. Can I just say, the reason that Kat knew at 7:30 this morning that we're having website issues is that she'd loaded all of the day's things onto the website and the Kaffe quilt hadn't started selling on the web. She said there must be something wrong, because normally if we have a cave quilt, it starts selling the second that Kat puts it on pre-order at 7:30 in the morning. So please call the customer service team and get ahead. It's MSUV02 for the code for the quilt kits, which is lovely. 10 o'clock today with Katharine. You got very excited when you did get the kit through, didn't you? Through
Absolutely,
the post.
I've been wanting one of those since I started. He's my hero. That's who I wanted to be when I was a teenager.
Really? Oh my God, that's brilliant.
I just absolutely. He mainly at that point he mainly did knitwear.
Right. Yes.
And I used to do a lot of knitting, and I had this secret dream to be a knitwear designer like Fassett.
Oh, brilliant.
Which I'm not, but you know. I did meet him a couple of years ago. Did you meet him at
Festival of Quilts this year?
I didn't see it, no. I'd met him at sort of 2 or 3 years ago. And I was like, hello, you're my hero. And he was just like, oh, crazy lady.
I wanted to beat you. Brilliant.
Yeah. So, yes, I was very excited. It's gorgeous, gorgeous fabric. So we'll just finish it off. I know this isn't a matching colour. It's the one that was threaded up. But a nice, small, invisible stitch to finish off your binding. So if you've not had a go at a quilting thing before, that's how you're going to do a nice binding to finish it off.
Yeah, I mean,
Give
that's
it a go.
lovely, isn't it? That's really lovely, especially, you know, we often don't get chance to show finishing quilts like this. Like you said, lots of demonstrations we're doing, and we're going to be doing some quilting later on as well. But it is points like this that I find in instructions or in books.
Well, often it just goes quilt and finish.
Now
and
I quilt, now I'm binding. And if you've not done it before, it's really difficult to know how to do it. But that looks lovely with the slip stitching.
And you just make sure that you don't go through to this side again into the wadding, and you've got a lovely, lovely neat finish.
Lovely. Thank you ever so much.
Right.
Thank you. You're back in an hour as well with the cave quilt. Very excited for that. And you're staying around till lunchtime, really, aren't you? Because you've got Yarn Lane as well.
I have.
So Katharine's with us all morning. If you've got any questions for her, get them in. We'll see you in an hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I know lots of people still asking, is it available? Yes, it is. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. If you call the customer service team, you'll be able to secure it. We're just having problems with our website. But our technical team know about it, and they are trying to fix the problem. Fingers crossed it will be done this morning. So I'll update you when you can check out of your baskets on the web. But to avoid disappointment, get it early with the customer service team. We've just had lovely messages in saying how quick they managed to get through to the customer service team. So if you've got an account already open with us, it will be literally a very, very quick call. $14.99. I wonder if the app is working, Kat. No. App and web are down, sorry. Do call the customer service team. It's 0800 001 4433, and it's just $14.99 for your alphabet panel. We've talked about lots of different ways of using it. It doesn't need to just be a playmat or a wall hanging. You could use it as you could use it on the front of bags. You could cut out the squares and have them on I'm thinking on the front of storage boxes for toys and things like that. You could do it as little books. You could do like little lovely quilted books that we've done in the past as well. Those of you that are savvy sewers and have got lots of lovely books and inspiration, there's so much that you can do with this, especially if you're getting the complimentary bundle or the panels bundle with the saving. It will go a really, really long way. Now, the panels, lots of people are asking, can we get the other panels individually? The answer is yes. But do remember that the other panels come with, if you do get the bundle, it comes with a saving of $12.99. So we've got the squares, which is this one, $14.99. These are always the ones that sell very, 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 very fast, just so you know. So call the customer service team. It's SJUU47 is your item code number. This one's lovely, actually, isn't it? And Katharine was saying, those of you that you can do lots of personalising, if you're purchasing multiple panels, you've got all your letters there to be able to do some lovely personalisation. It's nice you've got a lovely mix of prints. You've got the tiny squares. You've got the letters, you've also got the alphabet, same as the alphabet panel. J is for jelly, L is for lock, K is for kangaroo. 14.99, and they are your perfect 5-inch squares. So those of you that have got any charm pack books, you could cut between these lines. And I do like the way that they've actually left you a little bit of wiggle room between each square. So don't get me wrong, you could just pretend you've pieced them and sort of stitch between them, or you can cut. Right, are you ready? Thank you so much to our support team who have been amazing and have managed to get our website up and running really quickly. If your baskets are full right now, bursting with all of the different panels and bundles, now you can check out. I presume there is going to be a real flurry on the website. So please, please, please do be very, very quick and jump to the web if you want your alphabet panel. Now is the time to check out. If you reload your page, your basket should appear to be full. I think Kat's got about 12 in her basket. She says, I've cleared my basket, don't worry, I've made sure everybody has a chance at it, because I did say about half an hour ago, if everybody checks out, then that panel has sold out. Brand new in today. It's definitely worth making the most of the alphabet panel and your squares panel. $14.99. Oh, brilliant. Thank you, Kat. That's good timing. Right, we're going to try and squeeze all these in before Barbara's show. Are you ready? So we've got the fat quarters next. The fat quarters is this one. It's a big panel, big panel. And remember, Katharine was looking at making cushions, doing bags. There's so much that you're going to be able to do with just one panel. It's a big panel for $19.99. These are big fat quarters as well, aren't they? Because of the width of the fabric, they are large fat quarters. Remember, you can still get that big bundle with a saving of £12.99, $54.97. Your code for that one is PD6627. But you can get everything on the web. Check out on your cave quilt if you've got it in your basket. Just spotted loads of you have tried to put the cave quilt kit in your basket. You can now check out of it. Oh, I'm so happy. They're going. They are going. The problem is quite often whenever we get them in, they're sold before the show. I think everybody's going to have a bit of a panic now that the website went down. If you do want to grab what you can, definitely go for it whilst it's up and running. Gremlins, bank holiday gremlins are in. Right, let's do the strips, Kat. Strips next. This is another big panel. This is another $19.99. All complementing your brand new alphabet panel, £19.99. $19.99. Look at all of that. I do love that you've got all the detail on here. Really lovely detail. And it's different to what you see elsewhere. Obviously, there's alphabet projects and panels and things, but I like that you've got Queen bee, S is for seashell, T is for tractor, N is for nest. They're all a bit different, aren't they? E is for emu. Very educational as well. You can learn lots of different ones. And then finally, thanks Joe, he's offered to fold that one up for me. Hexes, Y is for yacht. Love that. $12.99. Don't forget the early bird today is hexes as well. They're smaller than this, but they in fact, what size hexes do you need to know? I'm not going to ask Kat. There's the hexes on the side. I don't know whether they are the right size to go with this panel in particular. I think they're a bit too small, aren't they? But yeah, these ones are 2-inch edges with the edge from edge to edge is 2 inches. And that's plus your 1/4 inch seam allowance as well. Just £12.99 for your vintage alphabet. If you do want all of the panels, remember it doesn't include the alphabet one. That's the only one I'm going to say is separate. So you get the hexes, you get the fat quarters, you get the strips, and you also get your 5-inch squares. That's all with a saving of £12.99 today. £12.99. I'll be checking the pear pin next time I'm on the 11th. Yeah, good idea. And then you can blame Wendy Orlando because I think she's in on the 6th. I tend to know Wendy Orlando's schedule by the sound of it, don't I? But yeah, she's in on the 6th. Right, are we ready? Have a look on the web. Use the next couple of minutes to check your baskets out. Barbara Clay is going to be joining me right after this.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Who doesn't love a 3-day bank holiday weekend, especially if you get to catch up on your favourite hobby, sewing? We are making your bank holiday weekend more spectacular than ever with our Bank Holiday Bonanza. It's time to top up your fabric stash as we're bringing you a huge range of fabrics, all at amazing prices, as well as lots of handy sewing room tools, all perfect for your next sewing project. The Bonanza starts on Saturday the 28th of August and ends Monday the 30th of August from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. each day. You can watch on Sky 670, Freeview 72, YouTube, Facebook Live, or on the Sewing Street app. Amazing discounts, fabulous fabrics and tools, and a whole load of fun. What more could you ask for? Have a great weekend.
Hello, I'm Katharine Wright. I'm from Leicestershire Craft Centre, which is based in Market Harborough. I love all kinds of sewing, but probably my favourite thing to do is dressmaking. But I also teach patchwork and free motion embroidery and anything to do with textiles, really. I love to have a go at felting and crochet and knitting and, oh, you name it, I'll have a go at it. So I started sewing when I was 7. My mum taught me to sew, and the very first thing I made was an apron. But I'm a terribly impatient person. I just want to get on with the project. So I didn't wait for her to help me cut it out, and I cut it out myself, and I didn't know you had to have a seam allowance. So I made the world's smallest apron, and my mum still has it somewhere. Sewing tips, I would say, I teach a lot of people to sew, especially beginners, and I would say don't get disheartened. Take your learning journey slowly. Don't expect to suddenly make a ball gown or suddenly make a king-size quilt. Build up your skills, slowly. And I would also say the iron is your friend. Use your iron a lot. It makes your sewing look so much better. It helps you get things in place where you want it before you sew, and is a really handy thing to have.
Hello, welcome back. Manic here today. Right, website is up and running. Thank you to everybody for your patience. Check out your baskets on anything from the web, anything from pre-order. The Kaffe quilt that's coming up in 1 hour from now is already selling on the website. I must tell you, that is exactly why we knew that there was a bit of a problem this morning at 7:30. Kaffe said, the Kaffe hasn't sold yet? What's going on? That's really unusual. And then found out, oh, the web is down. As soon as the web's come live, there's so much that's been selling. We've got some really, really lovely kits now. In fact, I've got the samples here. And Barbara's made these up. What beautiful fabrics to go with. I love little clutch bags like this because, if I'm being honest, since lockdown, I tend to not really take very much out with me anymore. I don't have a big bulky purse with loads of change and things because I don't need it. Everything's done contactless, isn't it, with your card? So I'm thinking I'm off to a wedding in September. This is an ideal size to just put my phone, bit of lipstick, maybe my card. I love the shape of it as well. This is the Curvy clutch kit. We also have the lovely little vintage purse, which maybe if you do think, right, I need some coins for the car parking machine. My mum still won't use one of those apps where you just, I've said, Mum, it's really easy. I've tried to set her up on it. Oh no, I like to use my coins. And then she's fumbling around trying to find coins. So I'm going to get one of these for my mum to put in the car to keep her coins in. But how lovely is this? In the kit, you have, well, the instructions on their own. I say in the kit, you do also get the bag frame. So you do get the frame as well. So not only have you got your instructions, you get this beautiful curvy bag frame as well, which just gives you a really beautiful finish, doesn't it? This has obviously got a little bit of stuffing in there, but it's beautiful. I love that. So it's the first time that I've seen the Zaka workshop instructions. Actually, we will we'll talk to Barbara about them. We've got hundreds of these. Loads have already gone on pre-order, and it's a really good way of using up different fabrics. You only need 1 fat quarter of your main fabric and then a fat quarter of your lining. So those of you potentially that do get the Kaffe later on, I know that you get lots of fabric left over. You could use that, which would look lovely. But in your instructions, you have got your templates, which are all lovely and clear, some photographs, some diagrams, and of course your text, all of your instructions, and your all important clasp as well. You also get a bit of string. I'm not quite sure what that's for.
That's to feed into the top of the frame, so it just gives that extra bit of secure.
Oh, that's good. I've never seen that actually. We've done different purses similar to this before, and they have not included that, so that's really handy to know as well. £14.99, and I think these would make lovely little gifts for people. I think it's going to be something that you're making time and time again for gifts. They're lovely, really nice. Now we have put together some fabric options for this. So the one that you can see here is beautiful. I think that's my favourite. It is actually Kaffe. I was talking about Kaffe. So to be able to get a fat quarter of Kaffe and then a complementing pink for your lining is beautiful. Now, does this include the instructions as well? What? Oh, hang on. Right, I never ever would normally do this. I'd never normally do this, but I wouldn't get the instructions on their own. I'd just get this. It's £5 extra, and you're getting a fat quarter of Kaffe and a fat quarter of your lining fabric as well. Definitely for less than 20, get the kit. Even if you've got another fabric at home that you really want to use for your clutch bag, there's always room for Kaffe in your stash, isn't there? That is lovely. So you have a fat quarter of each fabrics. Don't forget, you also get your instructions, you also get your clasp. That's really good value. I didn't know that was $19.99. That's cheek, isn't it? That's a really good price. Our second bundle, that is flying out, by the way. Please be aware, if you have got it in your basket, you need to check out now if you want the Kaffe. The second option, is Moda. That's beautiful. We'll see this coming together a bit more with Barbara, actually. She's going to be working with this one. That is beautiful. So if you're thinking, do you know what, actually, maybe we are coming to the end of summer. I always love Kaffe. But actually, this is lovely for autumnal weddings. I was talking to one of the brides yesterday because I'm doing my singing for different weddings. I was on the phone to one of the brides, and she said her wedding's the 19th of September. She said she's got 6 weddings of friends before then. 6 weddings. And I think everybody is all sort of clumped together all of a sudden, because obviously you've got 18 months of people who have had to postpone time and time again. Then you've also got all the new couples who got engaged who are now planning weddings. It just seems to be all at once. We've got christenings, weddings, all sorts happening, birthday parties, just celebrations, people getting together. So I think this one, especially going into the time of year, I'm still in my summer flip-flops and summer dress, but I am aware with the dark mornings and the darker nights drawing in, that maybe this colourway is going to be suitable for some more of your autumnal occasions. Oh, I'm very excited. I've got a wedding that I'm finally a guest at. I haven't been a guest at a wedding for so long. So I'm going to a wedding at the end of September. Oh, can't wait. You bought a what? A wedding? I thought you said you bought a wedding dress then. I say that like that's a funny thing. We were talking the other day about Kat and her walking down the aisle, and she's changed the song she wants to walk down the aisle to. She's asked me to sing it. And then, who was it that was in? Dawn. Oh, it was Deb. It was random Debs. And she said, am I missing something? Have you got engaged? She was like, oh, no, I'm not engaged yet, but I'm just planning on my wedding. Okay. So that's the curvy one. We will be talking to Barbara in a second about that, but we just want to quickly introduce the lovely coin purse, which is your vintage clasp wallet. Excuse me. So £12.99, and that is for your instructions, your clasp, and your piece of twine all on its own. Something tells me that the value for money is going to be brilliant on the bundles as well. But just giving you the option of the instructions just quickly. So this one with the gold metallic, this is another Moda fabric. It's £17.99. It's got a metallic gold. That's gorgeous. It's not scratchy, and it's not going to wash off or you know, come off when you iron it or anything. It's Moda fabric, so it's really beautiful quality. It's with a fat quarter of your pink and then a fat quarter of your lining. I like the colour of the lining actually on this one. So I'm presuming, obviously, you use less fabric, so you're going to be able to...
You could probably make at least 2, 3 out of...
Barbara's saying that you'd be able to make 2 or 3. Obviously, you need more of your clasps, but you've got enough fabric to be able to do more if you want to buy more of the clasps. So that's £17.99. The one that Barbara's made the sample out of, which I just love, really love, is actually a tapestry fabric. It's £16.99, and it's a big fat quarter. Let me show you how much fabric you actually get. I'd love to do something to match this actually. What about like a glasses case? Glasses case would be nice. I was
thinking knitting needles. If you wanted to make a longer version, you could actually put knitting needles and things in it. That'd be nice.
So I suppose, even though you've got your clasp here, you could make it longer, still use this one and just adapt your pattern slightly to make it longer for something else. So it doesn't need to just be the little purse. No, great idea. And I mean, what I love about tapestry fabric is look at the reverse as well. I just love it. This is beautiful fabric. I want to have this by the half metre. We've never had this in. The only way of getting it is in this kit. And then we've also got that with your lining fabric, which is your cream. They're lovely. I think that's my favourite. The Kaffe and the Curvy. And I love this tapestry fabric. That is beautiful. Go for it. £16.99. Remember, you can check out on the website. Mandy, woohoo! High five. She just managed to check out on the website. Yeah, we're up and running. The Gremlins have been here this morning, starting off our bank holiday weekend with the Gremlins. But don't worry, technical team, we're on it very, very quickly. And yeah, we're all sorted. So you can now shop on the web if you would like. Okay. Is there anything else I need to introduce? We'll go along. We'll talk about all the different bits and bobs that Barbara used as we go through her demo. What I will say though, look at what we've stolen. We haven't stolen it. You need it for the curvy clutch bag. But look what we've managed to do. Yesterday was an early bird special. I'm keeping this on the down low. They haven't yet taken it off as an early bird, so you benefit. If you want it with a saving, metre pieces, H640, your fusible fleece. It will come as a metre piece pre-cut, saving £2. This sounds like hotcakes anyway. Do not need to discount that. That is such an amazing early bird. Yesterday, hundreds of units went. If you were watching today and you didn't see yesterday's show, grab that whilst you can. That is such an amazing price. And it's really, 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 really useful. And then we've also got the lightweight interfacing. I haven't got it here, but the lightweight interfacing, which Barbara used for the smaller purse, is just £2.99. And that's for a packet. That's for a packet that looks like this. often use the dressmaking today for the little purses. Sorry, I know I said I'll go through them as Barbara's demoing, but something else that you'll definitely need is your glue. So the frame itself is glued in place. I'm only going to say this because I don't know how far we'll get into the demo if we'll get to the gluing section, but we will talk to Barbara about using it. What's going on today? Look at the graphics. Ah, see, there you go. Kat said, I told you, if the gremlins are here, then I'll find all the special offers for you and make sure that we get some naughty deals in, just to say thank you for bearing with us. So Kat's found that and done it at an early bird price as well. So that's £4.49 and it is brilliant. Really good. Perfect for bag making. It's got a really nice long nozzle to be able to get right into the clutch bag frame perfectly. So that's £4.49. Brilliant. We're good to go, I think. How are you, Barbara?
Really well, thank you.
Lovely to be back with you.
And you.
And how are
You're
your
looking well.
lovely grandchildren?
They are amazing. They're not Maisie, but they're amazing.
Honestly,
they're good.
we've been looking at photographs this morning and they are just
Yeah.
gorgeous.
They're at that chunky stage where
I
you
can't
want
believe how
to...
chunky they are.
Yeah.
They're in 9 to 12 months clothes,
They
aren't
are,
they? For
yeah.
premature twins as well. You
Yeah.
would expect them to be a lot smaller.
A lot
but
smaller. No, they've grown.
chunk.
They've obviously got my side of the family.
They're filled with love.
Yeah,
and they're
they
obviously,
yeah, they
really
are
happy.
very much loved. so,
Lovely.
Yeah, really good.
How are these to make then? These are really pretty, aren't they?
They are beautiful, and I heard you talking to Katharine in the when I was in the green room about how excited she was when she got the cave stuff, and even just the fat quarter came through, and I was so excited. I love it.
We all
Love
love
it.
cave fabric,
Yeah,
don't we?
yeah.
Such beautiful
I went
fabrics.
to a show once down in Wiltshire at the American Quilt Museum, and he did an actual show, and his quilts were just amazing, beautiful, beautiful.
Love them.
Yeah.
Absolutely love them. You're working with the mould today.
I am
so it's
working
good
with
to
it,
be able
and
to
this
see
is
both of
lovely as
these.
well.
Yeah.
I've been doing a lot of bridesmaid dresses at home, alterations and bits and pieces, and this colour is so in this year.
This sort of teal.
Yeah, it's really in this season. So, yeah, I've done lots of that in that colour. So this would be
Perfect
lovely
for weddings. That's it.
yeah. So the pattern comes in the inside.
The seam allowance is on there.
There's a 1/4 inch seam allowance on all that you're doing, and I photocopied this 3 times because then I can keep the pattern and
Good
use it
idea.
obviously next time. So we're going to use this Moda one. I have cut out the lining and the fusible fleece already, but I'm going to cut the outer bag. So we need 2. Excuse me, just turn that. We need 2 of the outer fabrics, 2 of the lining, and 1 each of the gusset. I
Okay.
think that's a funny word. Sorry. It makes me giggle. Don't know why.
Kat says, yeah, it cracks me up too.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to pin that onto I've turned it inside out. If you're using a different fabric on this, you could fussy cut. So you've got...
Oh, well, on this cave back quarter, I was
Yeah.
thinking that. I was thinking there's such beautiful flowers on here that, look, you could do some really nice fussy cutting.
I'm just going to pin that in place. You've also got on this pattern lots of markings. So I'll explain to you in a second what they're
Is it like
for.
with your dressmaking that you need to almost
Yeah.
transfer those if you're tracing it off?
Yes, you do, yeah.
Okay.
I'm just going to trim this fabric up a little bit. Don't want to waste it, do we?
They're zooming in on my face there, Barbara. He's ever so cruel to me, our Joe.
Are you making faces?
Well, I'm not making faces, no, but I am now at him.
Oh dear.
Oh, that's horrible. Don't go that close to my face. It's really
Zoom
early morning.
out,
I hardly
zoom
slept
out.
last night. I've got a full thought, baby.
No,
Sorry, Barbara.
that's okay. Right, so I've just trimmed that fabric up so you can see what I'm doing, and then I'm going to go round the outside with the rotary cutter.
Okay.
Okay. So you
Oh,
can just-
Joe just said, loving the show. Good morning, Barbara.
Good morning.
That's Joe. Karen says, just ordered by the phone. It's very quick. Oh, yeah. Do you know what? I know that we always talk about checking out on the web. Check out on the web. Now you can check out on the web, by the way. It's all back up and running. But don't forget about our customer service team because it is very quick and it's and they're really, really lovely. So, yes, if you've got any problems, always call them.
Oh, go around the paper. Never mind. I could do with one of those rotary, you know, those board, the rotating mats would be good for this as well.
That's handy. I always get scared of using a rotary cutter without a ruler, but actually it's
I think
handy
because
for
we've got the
curve.
curves on there.
Are they all just funny scissors, pinking shears in there?
Yeah,
The other day I was
these are
looking for
okay.
just an all pair of scissors and they were all pinking shears. Do you collect scissors at home? Are
I
you,
have loads of scissors, all different sizes. I've got these really good ones that curve on the ends, so you can just trim your, you know, snipping when you're doing your quilting and things like that. Okay, so I've done that part.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just do this gusset.
Big
Don't know
gusset.
why. I think
Which
it's funny.
part is the gusset? Is
The
it this
gusset's
part?
the bottom part. Are they laughing as well?
Yeah, can you hear that? I
Yeah, I
don't know why.
can.
It's this part, the bottom.
Yes, it is, yeah.
They're laughing that I said bottom.
Such children, honestly.
Oh, I know.
I'll take that piece.
Is it the first time you've met Joe, Barbara? Or seen Joe and Kat
It's
together?
the first time I've seen Joe and Kat together, and
Yeah.
they are like peas in a pod. They don't think they are,
But they are.
They really are. Right.
So is the gusset is that on the fold?
This
then?
is on a fold, yeah.
Right.
So when we open it out, it will be. Right.
That
I'm gonna
seems to
use
have
the
lots
scissors
of
for this
notches
one.
as well, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. But they all match up, you see.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go around with the scissors on this one. I love that sound. You know, when the
Oh,
scissors.
the
it's
scissors
really,
is very satisfying.
Yeah. Okay, you can see on there as well that there's the 1/4 inch seam on the gusset. So they've all got them. Okay.
Janet's just put, morning Barbara and Vicky, have a good show. Stop giggling about your gussets. Lol. Love mum.
Yeah, that's my mum.
Oh, is that your mum? Oh dear.
Oh dear, sorry mum. Oh dear. Right, okay. So I'm just taking those patterns, those pieces off for a second so you can see what I've done. So this is your outside part, gusset, and these are your 2 pieces. Looks good already.
And James is watching. Barbara, sending
James.
you lots of love from the old brew house.
Oh.
Where is the old brew house?
The old brew house is, it's their hat, Quamerford.
Quamerford.
Quamerford, yeah.
Quamerford.
It's
Where's
the posh
Quamerford?
end of where I live.
Oh.
Yeah, that's my best friend.
Ah, hi James.
Yeah, so the old brew house is actually their house. It's stunning. It's on an old, it's an old water mill.
Oh, beautiful.
And they have a river that runs at the back of their garden with
nice.
swans and ducks and otters and kingfishers.
sounds
Beautiful,
amazing.
yeah, it is very nice. Okay, so I've got the 2 linings. I've got the gusset and I've got the fusible fleece. So the first thing we need to do is attach the fusible fleece to the outer parts of the...
Okay.
So we'll just iron those on.
Have you used the fusible fleece before?
I have, yeah.
It's really lovely.
It's
isn't
really
it?
nice.
It gives it a really nice plush feel. I suppose you could do it without it, maybe, but it would.
You
would
could,
lose
but
the-
I found that using that, if you use the thinner lining, you've got a lot more to pad in the actual frame.
Okay.
So it helps to pad the frame out as well
Right.
with that. With the smaller one, which I'll show you, I've used the thinner fleece, but the thinner interfacing, but there's a coin like where you can put your cards.
Okay.
So when all that's folded up, it becomes quite thick.
Right.
So you don't necessarily.
Oh,
yeah. You
Sorry, it was underneath all the toy stuffing,
That's
but
okay.
look, there's little pockets here as well.
So you don't necessarily need to have you'll have too much thickness in that if you use the fusible fleece.
And so did you just cut out the fusible fleece using the same size template?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I did 3, because I thought then I could have one for the fusible fleece, one for the lining, and one for the outer.
Okay.
You don't have to do that, but.
And then
Okay.
the one side has got little glue dots, hasn't it?
It
So
has,
that's
yeah.
your-
So I think the iron's not on overly hot. I find if you put it on too hot, it kind of gathers slightly.
Okay.
So don't have the iron on blazing hot,
I know that, is it this one that Debbie Shaw was saying? Well, this is the one that Debbie Shaw uses for all of her, lots of her bag making, as she suggests it
iron?
in lots of her book. Oh, the H640.
Oh,
and
sorry.
yeah, the iron's great for these sort of projects, isn't it? It's actually back in stock. The Prim Mini Iron is finally back in stock. We've waited months, it seems, for that.
Okay, so that's the technical bit done. Let's just put that back. Right. So how are you feeling anyway? Are you okay?
Yeah, well, good. I'm
babies?
fine.
Good?
You always, it's so strange. If you'd have said to me a few months ago how I would survive on very little sleep or broken sleep, I would say I wouldn't cope at all. But you do, your body just adjusts, doesn't
Do
it?
you find you just sing lots of children's songs now as well?
Constantly. I've just been telling Barbara about this one called Say Hello to the Sun, which has literally been a lifesaver. It is the song. I had it on at Terry's 60th birthday. I was like, just play Say Hello to the Sun and she'll just settle and be calm.
Okay.
The DJ wasn't too impressed when I
Oh,
Say
dear.
Hello to the Sun.
Right, so on your gusset piece, you have some squares. I don't know if you can zoom in on that a little bit, can you?
Go on, Joe.
Not on me, just on... Okay, so just here you've got some little squares, and you've also got on the outer part... see, I'm tricking him now. You've got one small square here.
Okay.
So the point of those is to join them up in the centre so that we can pin the outer part to the gusset. Okay, so we'll just mark those. You could put a little tack in there if you wanted to.
Okay.
I found it easier to fold it in half and make a small mark here, and the same on this one, and then join them up, and then we pin those together. Again, just bear with me. And then we move that, just turn that round slightly, can you?
Oh, so you start from the middle and go
Start from the
out.
middle, yeah, and
Yeah.
go out. Then you know you've got both sides are equal. So we'll just pin those. I think the gremlins came out when I drove up today as well, because they sent me off on a little...
Oh, yeah, you went on a little Cotswold
I did. I went on
detour.
a Cotswold jolly today.
Henley ice cream isn't the Cotswolds cat. Or Henley and Arden. It's not actually classed as the Cotswolds. And that it wouldn't have took you through there. You went, did you say Stow on the Wold?
Stow on the Wold, Burton on the Water. Was it
Bolton?
Borton? Burton?
Yeah.
Borton on the Water. So we've actually just become members of one of the lakes on the Cotswolds, because we only live about 20 minutes away. So we've bought a kayak and we're going out kayaking on the lake now, which is...
That is amazing.
Really
I was only
nice.
talking to my auntie yesterday about kayaking, because she was saying there aren't many places, you have to be members of boat clubs and everything to go kayaking. She
You
found
can
one place
hire
in
them.
Leamington. Yeah.
You can hire the kayaks, but we bought one.
Oh, brilliant.
As one of my spontaneous buys.
Well, let's hope you've got a nice September then. You can
Yeah.
go out kayaking.
Definitely. Okay, so I've just pinned the gusset to one of the sides, and then we're going to stitch that all the way round. Okay.
So.
Hi, Auntie Sally. Auntie Sally's watching. I know that you didn't technically say hello to me, but Kat and Joe are saying hello to you. It's Hattie's auntie, Auntie Sally. Ah. Hattie's Joe's girlfriend, who is an amazing crocheter, who we need to get on the show. I did talk to her about getting her on. Is Sally a sewer as well? Sally sews or knits and crochets. Wow. All of it, I think. All of it. Yeah, let Sally, you're booked, you're on.
Oh, bless her. I wish I could. I can't crochet.
Can you knit? Do you do knitting?
I can knit, not particularly well.
Have you made lots of little things for the babies?
I have. So
So it's Callum and Ewan, isn't it?
Callum and Ewan,
Callum
yes.
and Ewan,
Yeah. I made them a mobile from the Debbie Shaw's book, but it only had one little dog on it, so I had to make two, because that wouldn't have been fair. And there was extra balloons on it to hold it up on the ceiling.
Well, that's it. Everything's in twos.
Yeah,
isn't
and
it?
it's so expensive.
Well, my friend who was saying she's having twins, and she's saying I can't just buy one. That she's having two girls, so she says I can't buy one of the outfits because I really like that outfit. Because then who do I choose? It goes to, so I have to buy two of everything.
So we have
expensive.
We buy Ewan things that are in blue,
Right.
because we've nicknamed him Ewy Bluey. So we know who he is because they're identical. So. Otherwise, we wouldn't know.
One in blue.
So he's always the one in blue.
They'll play tricks on you when they grow up.
Yeah.
Won't
Okay, so I've done that. I've stitched that part on. Okay, and then obviously I'll do the other side. So I'll do that quickly, and then we'll put the lining in, and that's basically the bag. And then it's just about putting the lining in. Oh, I've put the pins over here. Let's put a few in. Yeah. So
It's not too bulky though, is it, with all the fleece?
No, not at all.
You
This
think,
is.
you need a walking foot, but actually you've managed just.
This
on.
is You don't need a walking foot.
The H640 is now sold out. Well done if
so
you got it,
nice.
the early bird.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
The Kaffe purse, by the way, the curvy clutch purse in Kaffe is going to sell out. There's 13 left.
Wow.
Lots of you have got it in your basket as well. So
it's such a cheerful fabric.
Isn't
it really is a cheerful.
And that pink is the perfect complementing pink,
it really
isn't
is.
It?
Yeah.
The I must say it's just so soft. It's such a lovely fabric, isn't it?
What would be nice is if you made the clutch bag, and then you could make the small coin purse matching. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Really nice.
But,
well, do you have enough? How much do you use all of the fat quarters?
No. So you could actually probably make two, I would say, out of that, or a clutch and a purse out of the Kaffe.
Fantastic.
Well, out of the fat quarter.
Fantastic.
It's definitely it's a good buy.
I'm thinking for face coverings as well. I mean, I'm still wearing mine. I think that would be nice to have your clutch, and then if you go into like an event, nice to have a nice fancy face covering as well.
I've got Kaffe Fassett face masks I've made,
Oh, if I spot somebody now with, a maid mask that's in like Liberty or William Morris or Kaffe or something, I haven't noticed anybody with a Kaffe one. I think I would spot that, but
I made two. One had it's a beautiful one with chrysanthemums on, big bright chrysanthemums, and the first one I made, I put the chrysanthemum in the middle, but when I pulled it down, it looked like I was screaming at people because there was this big. So that wasn't good. So made a new one. So I've got two now.
Yeah, it seems to be managing absolutely fine. Even though you're going through all your H640 layers. Kat saying she thinks she needs to change that needle. She hasn't changed it for a while. It's still all right.
This one on the machine.
Yeah, bear in mind they say you should change it every 8 hours of sewing. No, because we don't do 8 hours of. I suppose Joe says every 2 days. We should be changing it then. But
should be. Okay, so I'm just going to turn that round. There we go. to make nice little makeup bags as well, wouldn't they?
They would make lovely makeup bags.
There we go. So that is the outer part made.
I suppose once you've got that shape, even if you don't have any of the clasps, you could use that shape, and could you just bind the edge?
You could put a zip in there if you wanted to.
It's a lovely shape.
Yeah, it's really nice.
And it's nice with the gusset because it means that you can fit actually a bit more in it than you think.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the outer part done. And then you do exactly the same with the lining.
Okay.
So I'll do that.
It's exactly the same
It's
size,
exactly
isn't it?
the same size. And then we fit it inside and stitch the edges together.
Your HT2, by the way, is now sold out as well.
So I'm just going to pin that again. Try and put less pins in. There's less to pull out then, isn't there?
No, it's handy, especially when you're working on a curve. It is handy to pin more so than you normally would.
Okay. How are you finding with the pushchairs and things getting indoors? And
Well, I live on the top floor of a flat with no lift.
Oh,
so
okay.
It's a bit of a pain. To be honest, I leave the pram downstairs now, but I always have to get into my front door. There's like 5 steps up. So I always have to ask someone. Luckily, I live in the square in Warwick. So there's always people around. I'm like, can you just help me with the pushchair? So I'm actually starting to get a lot quicker at it. I remember the first time that I left the house and got the pram out of the car and did everything, I thought, this is going to take me forever. It's just going to take me forever. But actually, I'm getting quite into a bit of a rhythm of it and into a bit of a knack of knowing how to put the pram up quite quickly.
I found it really difficult. You'd think I would know after 3 children how to push a pushchair, but
I'm a really bad driver, but Kat is worse. Me and Kat went to art in the park in Leamington with Maisie a few weeks ago. Kat literally was pushing Maisie and persisted and still went over somebody's foot and still decided to go over their foot whilst she was apologising. She was like, I'm really sorry, I'm really bad driving, and went right over them. Ran someone over completely with the pram. I know.
I put the boys in their pushchair. They've got a double one, side by side double buggy, and
it's heavy as well, isn't it?
Do you know? I'm really impressed with it. It's
is it?
Yeah, it's very. It has a really good make, and it's very light.
Well, I suppose where are they? If they're still little, that they're not in like a buggy that's a push chair. So are they one sort of on top of the other, or is it a wide?
No, it's a side by side.
Oh
but
gosh,
it has
so you
this.
can't go into a shop or.
No, you can, because you can push them together. It's fantastic, and then you can pull them apart, and they can go front and back, or
that is a fancy one.
Up and down. It's just brilliant little pushchair. But it has clips on the back, and they were crying, so I said, oh look, we'll take them for a quick walk and calm them down. And I tried to lay Ewan down, and I hadn't clicked the back properly, so Rob pushed him out the front door and the back fell and he went upside down. So
they're resilient, though, babies, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're resilient.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
It was,
it's a massive learning curve. But she does love the pram. I can't wait to be in my house so that, like you say, if they need settling, she will settle. She loves just walking in the pram up and down the cobbled streets. The cobblier, the better.
Yeah.
But, Karen, I'll ask Kat. Kat, what's the code for the alphabet panel, please? Ordered the mega bundle, but just realised it's not part of the bundle. You're right. So this one is the main graphic. For anybody who was going to ask about this one, by the way, it's LJUU80. This is the one you get. I think the picture's a bit different on the website. So that is the picture of the brand new alphabet panel, Karen. And that's the one that doesn't come in the bundle. It's the one that's individual, brand new in today, and it's $14.99. These are lovely colours, aren't they?
Really
Do you like
beautiful.
them, Barbara?
Yeah, I'm thinking I might have to order 2.
That's it. You have to get 2.
I have to buy 2.
Would you do like play mats like Catherine's done?
Yeah.
I mean, there's loads you could do these.
They're brilliant. You could, and then you could make them into wall hangings afterwards, couldn't you? I think they're okay.
That is the one that you get, by the way, with all the strips.
Are they the P is for peas, and
P is for peas, T is for tractor. They're a bit different to other alphabets.
Is K for kangaroo or is it a different one on there?
K is for kangaroo, M's for mushroom, V for violin. So they've just got onto the weaning stage now, haven't they, as well?
They have, yeah.
I'm reading Joe Wicks's Weaning 15 book.
Oh, okay.
Which is, he does, Weaning 15, not Leaning 15, Weaning 15. So I'm reading that, but I'm a bit nervous to start. Once you start, you can't stop then. I'm going to be cooking forever.
Yeah.
All of the different little meals.
Okay, so I've just stitched the lining. So I'm going to, pop that inside the bag. Okay.
Karen, I know it's different on the website. The picture's wrong. Go by what I've just shown you on air.
Okay. Looks really complicated in the pictures, but it's actually a really nice one to do. So I've fitted that lining inside.
Okay.
And we're just going to pin around the edge of that bag. So it's all raw edges at the moment.
Do you ever use the clips?
The quilting clips, yes. Yeah.
They'd be handy for a project like this, actually.
They
around
would.
the top, wouldn't they?
I think you've got some, so yeah, there's a big box there. I'll use them in the next one. So we've got raw edges. Let's just pin that in. And then we're going to just stitch around the top part of there.
Okay.
Okay. And then I'll get onto the frame so you can see how to do that. Because I've got the little one to do yet, haven't I?
Oh, yes. Oh, my word. Time is running away with us today.
Know.
I hadn't looked at the time. How is it already nearly 1:45? No, we'll whiz through. Even if we end up talking through parts of it, that's absolutely fine.
Okay. When you get to that little point on the curve, just turn the needle. Okay. There we go. So I've just stitched that in. Now with this frame, it's quite a deep groove on the inside, I think.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Can you see it in there?
Yeah.
So what we do is you put the glue into that groove.
Okay.
So with the glue that you've got there, like you say, because you've got a nice thin nozzle, you can just squeeze that into the groove.
Do you need to leave it to let it sort of dry, get a bit tacky?
Yeah, so it needs to go just a couple of minutes, let it go tacky, and then you can take your bag.
When does that twine go in, at this point or not?
Yeah, so it will go in just after. So you put your glue in, let it go tacky, and then you have to feed the bag into the groove.
Okay.
Okay. Now there is the little stiletto tool here.
Yeah.
So you can push them, feed it into the groove.
Ah, the tailor's awl. Does that help then to
so
feed
it just
it in?
keeps it in, you see. So if you can push that.
Oh yeah, good idea.
Into
it's only
there.
$2.99.
So push that in and you feed it in, and then obviously with the glue being there, it will keep it in place.
Okay.
It is quite a fiddly thing to do, but it's worth it when you've got it all in.
Yeah, and then you leave it to dry,
And then you leave that to dry.
Okay.
Then what you do with this paper twine is you take the, you work out how much you need, but just by running the paper around the edge of the frame.
Oh, that sort of then helps to.
So then that helps to,
okay.
goes in. So we'll just snip that there. And something else as well with this paper twine, you can actually unthread it.
Okay.
So it becomes thicker. Can you see? Mm-hmm. So that gives you a little bit more bulk in places.
Did you find that it needed to be a bit bulkier?
Yes, yeah. So that just gives you that little bit of extra bulk to feed into the frame as well. And because it's paper, obviously it will stick with the glue and the fabric.
And you don't see it at all. I mean, your finishing is beautiful. If I'll show you the finished one here, let me take this out. and you can see the end result. You can't see any of the twine actually, and the fabric is just seamless in there. It's beautiful, isn't it?
So
It looks like mwah.
yeah, it does look like a pair of lips. Don't make it sing. Do the sunshine song.
Yeah. Say hello to the sun. We've got a question from Joan, Barbara.
Okay.
Could you please show me what's quickly included inside the curve kit? Yes. So in the kit, you get your frame, you get your instructions, you get the twine, which Barbara was just talking about, and if you do want the ones with the fabric bundles, you get a fat quarter of each, which is more than enough. You'll get plenty left over. Even with this one, you'll be able to make multiple clutches. Obviously, you just get the one frame. But that whole shebang's £20, which is brilliant. Bearing in mind, just the instructions on their own with the frame and the twine is £14.99. So for an extra £5, you get the Kaffe fabric or the Moda fabric, whichever bundle you're going for, and your lining fabric, which is brilliant. The Moda one, really, really quickly, the one that Barbara's working with, is this one. So you have a fat quarter of each of your fabrics, and you also get your instructions, your frame, and your twine. £19.99 for both of them. Thank you. Right, so that's the curvy
So that's
clutch.
the curvy clutch.
Shall we move on to the clasp wallet?
So
This is
with-
so lovely.
It's so pretty.
I love it even more now I know that you can put your cards in there. You know, you just need maybe just a loyalty card or your...
Yeah, it's just perfect, isn't it? And it will fit in the clutch bag, so you can...
Yeah, lovely.
Okay, so because it's the same company, it's the same layout in the instructions. So we've got the pattern here, which again I photocopied, has the 1/4 inch seam and it has all the little markings on.
Okay.
This one has a little bit more, this one tells you how to put the clasp in, which is a lot better. So if you were to buy both, then you'd know.
One as well.
Yeah, it's the same principle. You put them in with the paper and the glue. So I've cut those out.
I like that Moda fabric as well.
It's really nice.
Yeah.
I keep stroking it.
It is lovely.
Do you stroke fabric? Do people stroke
I
fabric?
think people
I do.
Yeah. At Festival of Quilts, there was a lady who was talking to us, and she says this is the only place where you don't look really weird when you go up to someone like, oh, can I just stroke this fabric?
Especially when they're
We
really
all get it.
tactile as well. You know, they've got bobbles on. Oh, it's lovely.
Oh, we're talking about that in the next hour, actually. Your pom-poms. Love those.
Right, I'm just going to trim a piece of this off for the outer part. Because we need to, these parts are done on the fold, these ones, this purse.
How is the difference with working with the tapestry fabric? Any other?
The tapestry
obstacles to
fabric is,
overcome?
obviously it's thicker, so you've got a little bit more, there's not so much give in the tapestry. When you're doing the small parts on the corners here, you have to box the corners in.
Okay.
So because of the tapestry fabric, it's quite thick.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's
Still works.
it's lovely. It's a nice sturdy fabric.
Yeah.
I think it would probably last longer with coins in, you know, where they're rolling around in there. It probably lasts a lot longer than a fabric purse.
True.
But yeah, it is nice fabric to work with. Okay, it's quite simple, this one. We'll just quickly, you can use the ruler for this part because this is a rectangular bit. I'll quickly trim that up so you can see the outer part. So for this one, you need one outer fabric, one lining interfacing on this, and one of the curved outers as well.
So this is the one that you use the lightweight interfacing.
Yes.
Would you still do that on the tapestry?
Yes.
Yeah, both of them. And do you put that on the lining as well as the...
You
outer
do.
body?
No, so the lining part, so that's your outer piece,
Right.
which you'll fold over, that will create your actual bag. This is your centre piece, so the lining, the interfacing goes on to the lining part.
Ah, okay.
Okay. So this is your inside bit. I'll just quickly iron that for you. And then the square part is actually your pockets for your cards.
I love that addition. That's really lovely attention to detail.
I'll just iron that one on. Okay. And then this is your inner pocket on this one. So with this part, we leave it in half and we stitch up the sides here. No, we don't. We stitch along here. Sorry. I'll just give that. This is where I was saying it gets a little bit thick in the inside.
Oh, the cave quilt, by the way, is already selling very, 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 very quickly. Those of you that do want the cave quilt, I would really suggest checking out now. I don't want to pressure or rush anybody, but Kat's just told me an update on the cave quilt. So if you want it, check out now. Do check out now.
Okay, so I've stitched that inner pocket in half. I'm just going to iron the seam down. Okay, and then we're going to turn it inside that way. So we've got a nice seam here. And then just iron it flat.
I do like the idea as well of potentially making it longer to put knitting needles in.
Yeah, I thought that would be a... So with that one, so this is your lining for the inside. This is going to create your pockets,
Okay.
for your cards. So we place that in the centre on the fold and we stitch in that, so we stitch in the ditch in that tiny little
Okay.
piece there, and we top stitch all the way around the edge, but I haven't got time to do that, so I'll just do
don't
this
worry.
bit. Okay. So I'll just stitch in the centre there. Just put the needle down in the middle. Stitching. There we go. So much nicer now I've got my glasses on. I can see. Right, so that's now stitched in the middle, and that becomes your pockets.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So where is it that you top stitch round at home?
So on the edges of the
On the pockets.
on the pockets themselves, you just top stitch.
Oh yeah, you've done that on these.
I
Haven't you?
have,
I'll show
yeah.
you. And that again just adds lovely detail.
It
doesn't
does,
it?
yeah. Okay.
Is it just the clasp part that you find slightly fiddly?
The clasp part is the fiddly bit.
Yeah.
This
so as
is,
a beginner, this is fine, isn't it?
would be a great beginner's project.
Yeah, and it's not using up much fabric either.
no,
is it?
it's
the
not.
hardware does make it look very professional.
And again, you know, if you've got lots of scraps and things, you could use those
Perfect
up
for that, yeah.
for those. I'm just going to trim that off.
Are you good at doing the, now that you're a grandma, are you good at doing all of the different technical things like my mum with the Ringo or different parking apps? Or do you like coins in your card to do your parking?
Oh, no, I have all the apps.
Do you? Oh,
yeah,
good. You are good.
I have all the apps. I haven't got time for coins.
Are you called grandma or your nan or?
I
nanny?
am grandma. Everybody
Grandma.
says I'm too young to be a
You
grandma.
are. We were just saying you are really young to be a
Yeah,
grandma.
they all keep saying, no, you shouldn't be a grandma. You should just be a nanny. But my mum is nanny, so I don't want to be nanny. I think that's her name and it's her role.
Well, my Kieran's aunt's called Barbara, and she's, I think I told you this before, and she's really close to us, so she wants Maisie to call her Grandbarb. Grandbarb.
Oh, that's good.
Not Grandma, Grandbarb.
My boys used to call my mum Granny Blue Vest.
Why was that?
Because she
Always wore a blue vest.
Well, Thomas, my eldest son, always had this like velour. This was 28 years ago now, so it was like this velour blue vest.
Yeah.
And every time we saw her, she would dress it. She would put him in this blue vest, and so she became Granny Blue Vest.
Oh, brilliant!
And then as they
Funny
got
what
older,
sticks, isn't it?
then she was Granny Witch.
We won't ask why.
Don't know why. They just called her Granny Witch. I think it's because she had purple and pink hair at one point.
Right.
My mum's very different to me. She has lots of earrings and studs in her nose, and she's quite a cool nanny.
Oh,
cool,
brilliant.
great nanny. Okay, so this is the outer part. Okay. And what we need to do with this one, on your pattern, you'll see here, there are 2 lines where you have to sew from, okay, which are 1 inch. I measured them, so they are 1 inch. So I put them on my mat and just measured the inch. So you sew down just on this bit here. Turn it the wrong way round. I'll just show you how to box it in. I should have time. Have I got time? Yeah.
Yeah, we've got time.
Okay. So I'm just marking those inch points. There we are. And again, it's a 1/4 inch seam. So we're just going to go up to that pin. And we'll go backwards. There we go. And then the other side.
The main graphic, by the way, is the one with the 2 fat quarters that Barbara's working with your pink and your gold metallic. Side graphics is just for your instructions on their own. So if you've got scraps in your stash already, this is a really good scrap buster,
Really is,
isn't it?
yeah. Okay, so I've stitched up the up to the seam, up to that inch mark. Then what we're going to do is just open out the purse and turn that edge in. Okay, sort of create a triangle almost. Can you see that on there? And then we're going to just stitch a 1/4 inch seam across that tiny little square corner.
Right.
There we are. So that when you turn it round, there we go, you create the box.
Oh, yeah.
Can you see?
Right, and you do that as well with your tapestry.
You do that with the tapestry. This is why I'm saying it's a little bit, because it's quite a thick fabric. So you do that, and then you do the same with your lining. So we fold it in half again. Mark the inch where you're going to sew up to. Oh, I thought I'd put the iron down flat then.
Doing Debbie Shaw.
Oh, I smell burning. My mum nearly set her craft room on fire yesterday.
Oh no!
So,
what with the iron?
no, she has a habit of daisy chaining cables.
Oh dear.
You're naughty. And she thought that somebody was having a bonfire next door. So she got upset, looked out the window, nobody was having a bonfire. And then
The smell burning from her extension.
yeah, and she said
That's
her
so scary.
plugs had disintegrated, so she had to poke them with something to switch it off on the wall.
Oh my
But,
word,
yeah.
that's terrifying.
Okay, so I have done the same on that one, and again we box it, so you can just trim that tiny piece off there, so you haven't got so much bulk in the corner. And again, just miter. it called mitering? I think it is mitering.
Same
isn't
as
it?
what you do in your binding.
So,
that
yeah.
binding, yeah.
The needle's fine, Joe. It's still going through. So there we go. So we've mitered that corner, okay, on the inside.
Oh, lovely.
And then you fit them all together again like you do with the curvy clutch.
Yeah.
And that will fit into there. And then you stitch again around the outside.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to slide that in there for a second so you can see.
Yeah, because this is exactly the same way.
It's
as what we
exactly
did
the
with
same way
curvy
as what we've
clutch.
just done with the curvy clutch. So we stitch around the edge there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just do it quickly on the top. There we go. So we stitch around the edge on that one, and then there it is. We've got the same thing again with the curvy, with the bag. We've got the groove on the inside where we put the glue, and again you've got the paper string. With this one though, rather than going from one edge all the way round,
Okay.
what they suggest you do is take, do it
Pieces
in
at a
3
time.
pieces, because
Yeah.
you may bunch all
No, that makes sense.
the fabric. So you fit that into there again, feed
Did you
it
need to
in.
put the twine in with the tapestry fabric as well?
Yes. Yeah.
Still put that in there.
Yeah, and again, because this is slightly thinner, that's why it's good to just undo that string to give you that little bit more bulk
Yeah, good
in the
idea.
corners. And then, feed it in with the stiletto tool.
Yeah, and then that's it.
And then that's it. And then that's your little bag with your...
Brilliant. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry to rush you. We've just
No,
overran
it's
now. But thank you ever so much.
That's okay. Thank you very much.
You're back in an hour and we're
I am.
embellishing some beautiful
I
cushions.
can't wait.
aren't
I
we?
love them.
Oh, the panels are amazing.
Yes, they are.
Wait till you see the
Beautiful
cushions.
colours.
They are gorgeous.
Yeah,
We'll see you in
they
an
are.
hour.
Thank
right,
you.
what we're going to do, over the hour, we're going to put the Cave graphics in so you can get ahead, speak to the customer service team, check out every basket if you're waiting for the code, check out on all of the different purse kits. But there you go, Cave graphics. Go for it now. We are limited already, and we lost an hour with our technical difficulties. But we're back in 3 minutes. We'll see you after this.
Who doesn't love a 3-day bank holiday weekend, especially if you get to catch up on your favourite hobby, sewing? We are making your bank holiday weekend more spectacular than ever with our Bank Holiday Bonanza. It's time to top up your fabric stash as we're bringing you a huge range of fabrics, all at amazing prices, as well as lots of handy sewing room tools, all perfect for your next sewing project. The Bonanza starts on Saturday the 28th of August and ends Monday the 30th of August from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. each day. You can watch on Sky 670, Freeview 72, YouTube, Facebook Live, or on the Sewing Street app. Amazing discounts, fabulous fabrics and tools, and a whole load of fun. What more could you ask for? Have a great weekend.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
It is time! Very exciting. What we didn't mention, by the way, before I went to the break was, look, it's also on split pay. It is on split pay. Those of you that want the Kaffe amazing quilt, full kit is on split pay. Everything that you need for the front of your quilt, you just need to add your backing and binding. It is your peach sunset. Gorgeous quilt. I tell you what, we just can't get enough, can we? Whenever we have a Kaffe quilt, I presume, everyone's got their Kaffe quilt kits now, but no, we always all get so excited about it every single time we have one. Right, let's have a dive in. Are you ready? You have got so much fabric in this quilt kit, by the way. This is one of the best quilt kits I've seen in terms of the amount of fabric you get in here. Oh, Kat normally opens these for me. She says I did, I loosened it. There we go. I always struggle with packaging. I don't know why. I'm always rubbish at packaging. Right, so only difference, I just need to tell you. So on the quilt, you know the sashing part around all the squares, you can see that it's like a wavy purple line. There you go, that one with the orange spots. They've substituted that one, the second border, not the stripe, the one that's going round, for this fabric. So this is now the one that goes between all of those squares. It's explained on the sheet of paper, which you will get. It's a pattern correction. So you will get this one. So this one should be instead of that one. Yeah. So you do get that one. So remember, it's everything that you need for the front of your quilt, but you need to supply your own binding and your own backing for the quilt. Although you get a lot of fabric in here, you've got enough to be able to do a scrappy Kaffe binding. Perfect. I know lots of people choose to do scrappy bindings with Kaffe anyway, so that's included. But then, right, in here, are you ready? It's wrapped beautifully as well. Am I allowed to open this, by the way? Sorry. I've got to open this, but Kat's just said, if you get yours and it hasn't got tissue paper on it, it's because it's the one that Vic's opened. And I was thinking, oh no, are we that limited now? Somebody's going to get this one. I'll try and wrap it up nicely for you so you get yours at home. I'm sure I've got tissue paper that I can replace it with. Right, we've got the most beautiful kit. Look at this. So much Kaffe fabric. You are totaling over 5.5 meters. Look at these patterns. Your pinks, your oranges, your greens. Oh, I tell you what, this just warms you up, doesn't it? I know that we're moaning about our summer earlier on, but these are just stunning. I always find Kaffe quilts just one really cool and modern and just everything that is completely different to sort of your traditional quilting colours. I love it, but it's still also one that I think will be passed down through generations of family. I think it's just that fabric that every single one of us love. We all have different personal preferences and different tastes, but I've never met anybody that say that they don't like this, that they don't enjoy these colours together. I remember when I first saw collections, before I'd seen any of Kaffe's quilts, I thought putting all these colours together in a pattern is just going to be too much. It'll be too busy. The colours are going to be too bright, but actually it just works. It works so well. This is where the artist in Kaffe really comes out, and you can see he's got different scales of print. He's got lots of different patterns. Yes, there is loads of colour, but yet not one outshines the other. They are all just blending together beautifully. You also have your big stripe fabric for your border, which again is gorgeous. They're all such lovely quality fabrics. And you also have your wavy fabric with the spots as well. So you have all of these fabrics. There's just not quite enough of this one to be able to do all the way through the sashing. So it's swapped over. Oh, no. It's not that one. It's that one. It's that one that you see that's different. So this is still the one that goes through as you're sashing. Sorry, my mistake. It's the one that's around the edge of all of your squares, the borders, all the squares. Is that one now. Right, so £129.99 for the amount of fabric you are getting is amazing. You do actually have fabric left over. You do have fabric left over. Enough if you want to be able to, if you want to do your scrappy binding, or if you want to use it for a cushion to match, if you want to make some blocks for a bag. It's completely up to you. Now, all of your instructions are here. They are not sold separately. They're only in the kit. So if you do want the instructions, that's the only way of getting them. And definitely use the split pay option. Definitely use the split pay. It's completely sort of interest-free to use. All you need to do is, if you're on the website, click split payment, and you'll pay one split payment of £64.99 today. You'll get it home. You don't need to wait until the second payment. You get it home in the next few days, start making, and then on the 27th of September, it'll be paid off, which is so exciting, isn't it? I mean, it's just beautiful, beautiful. And I'm not saying anything bad about any of the other quilt kits that we've had previously, but the value for money for how much fabric you get in this one, I would certainly be making the most of it. We've been so lucky to be indulging in lots of Kaffe recently, but these colours, I haven't actually seen one with just all pinks and oranges. I absolutely love it. Don't get me wrong, you still get your greens and your blues and your purples in there, but the pinks and oranges is beautiful. This wavy fabric with the splodges, I've never actually seen that one before. Quite a lot of them we've seen in different design rolls. We've had some by the half metre, we've had some in pre-cuts, but that one I've never actually seen before, and that's quite a prominent one on your quilt. It's beautiful. So 16 different fabrics, all 100% cotton, all quilting weight, all ready to go. Now, of course, I know that everybody's going to want to complete their quilt and finish it off with their backing. So we have put together some backing bundles. Now, these aren't extra wide as far as I'm aware, so you need to piece them, but they're lovely quilting Rose and Hubble fabrics. So the gold, by the way, loads of you have got that quilt kit in your basket. Don't wait till the end of the demo is my only sort of word of wisdom. Do make the most of it whilst you can. So the gold is £29.91. This would be enough to be able to back your quilt. It's 4.5 metres. And even though our prices on our Rose and Hubble fabrics are brilliant anyway, just to make it even better for you, because of the technical gremlins this morning, Kat has done a saving of £1.50. This is just standard sort of 45-inch wide, but we've bundled enough that you'll be able to back it. 4.5 metres. Even if you just want 4.5 metres of gold for a different project, you're making a saving today. Now we've also got the orange. This is your orange. Oh, this would look nice as well. You can just see they've put together the perfect orange to match in. What colour would you use, Katharine, for backing?
Quite like the yellow, actually.
The gold yellow.
Yeah.
Let's see the yellow next to it. Yeah, I do like the yellow as well. Gold, the orange is very bright if you want to keep with that very, very bright feeling. A completely different look. What about pink? What do you think to this? And that goes again really well.
To be fair, you can put any colour and it will go, because that's the point. It all goes. Even though you've got all the colours in here, they all look good. You could pick out a dark blue. There's a dark blue in there.
Yeah,
There's
everything
all sorts.
goes. Everything goes. This is the great thing about Kaffe, is that
even though you think, oh, that's a lot of colour, not one outshines the other. Your eye's just drawn all the way around the quilt, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So is this the first cave quilt you've done with us?
Yes, I can't believe I've had to wait so long.
I'm so pleased. Finally, the day has come, and it is a beautiful one as well.
It's lovely. It's lovely. I was so excited when they said yes, and it's really, really gorgeous. Shall I just explain the little?
Yes, sorry, I've made that really
change?
confusing.
Okay.
So you
what
do get the
happened
wavy
was,
splodges.
If you look at my demo one, you can see I've done the borders of the blocks in the bright orange. When I got the kit to get it all ready to show you, and I cut up these, which is what it is on
The instructions,
the quilt that's been made. Realised there wasn't enough fabric in that particular kit, so they went back, and to make enough fabric they're using this one. So that's what it will look like, and you still get this fabric, but you've got it in some blocks now rather than borders.
Okay.
But it is all explained in the instructions.
Okay, brilliant. Oh, thank you for clearing that up.
Okay, so I've had one or two of these lovely kits, and they're great. They have such good instructions and they're so nice to follow, and you do get so much fabric. They're absolutely brilliant.
Which is always nice to have extra cape. You'll always use it, won't you?
Oh gosh, you're never going to say no, are you? So you've got a lovely little key at the beginning that shows you which fabric is which. Now, on your little layout plan, because they've done it by colour, because they can't draw in all the little patterns, I ended up, so that I knew which was which, this is my handy little tip.
Making yourself a little
I made myself a little key.
Good idea.
And just labelled up. So I just photocopied the one sheet that shows you the layout and just made myself a little key. And then it was a really easy reference to see which one I was doing, rather than having to keep turning the page and go backwards and forwards.
Brilliant.
So I've done one of the rows, and I'm going to show you how to put the block together and do our sashing. And most of the blocks are very straightforwardly cut, 5.5 inches by 6.5 inches, except for this fabric N, when you have to fussy cut it so you've got a nice flower. Well, it's a cabbage, I think, isn't it? A cabbage in the middle. Yeah. So, flowery cabbage. So we will do that. Let me just put that out of the way so I don't actually accidentally cut my beautiful
all your blocks that you made.
I know.
In terms of the blocks themselves, it says on the instructions here, skill level intermediate. What parts of it do you think are?
No, it's not. It's easy.
So you'd go, if you're a confident beginner.
Go for it. It's not difficult piecing at all, and there is no matching.
Nothing to match.
Nothing
points.
to match.
And what I was thinking is, it's great because you've got more than enough fabric. So for anybody who is nervous about cutting into beautiful cave fabric, if something goes a bit wrong, you've got plenty of fabric.
You have got plenty, yeah.
So it's not a quilt kit that's
you can't afford to make loads of mistakes, but you know, if you did, yes, you know, you could make a mistake. If there's one of those that you think, actually, I don't want to do 3 of those, it's not my favourite one, I'll do 2 instead, you could switch around as well.
Right, thank you.
So what I've done is, because it's 5.5 inches wide, so I've got around the centre of that,
yeah,
2.5, 2 3/4 ish in the centre of my cabbage, so that I can get it central. The other thing about this, those boxes are so useful for holding all your bits as you're cutting them.
Good idea.
So I've got a nice straight edge there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5.
I was looking on the quilt, they do fussy cut these bits, don't they?
They tell you to fussy cut these bits, yes. So I thought I would just save this bit to do. But all your blocks are the same size, 5.5 by 6.5, and it tells you how many to do of each particular one. So let's put the central one of it there. What did I say? 6.5.
Yeah.
And I am kind of doing it by eye, because
Is John Scott watching then today?
he's got his holes, isn't he?
He hasn't gone on holes quite yet. He's going. He's had a few days off though. He has had a break. He's been off for a few days and then he's off for 3 weeks. He's not allowed to leave us for 3 weeks, is he?
Oh, I think he deserves a bit of a rest.
No, he doesn't. He needs to be here. Oh no, we've got I think we'll survive, but we can't wait to have you back, John.
Right,
He
so
hasn't
we've got
even
our
gone yet.
nice block. Oh yes, I've got that fairly nice and central. And then we've got 2 sizes of sashing. Strips that are 6.5 inches by 1.5. And they will go on the sides of our block. And then strips that are 7.5 inches by 1.5, and they're going to go over the top. So we'll put those on.
The pictures
in
on the
a
website
sec.
look more sort of yellow. Can I show you the picture? Because there's some people who are saying, right, what's the quilt more like? So the picture
Oh,
looks
no,
like that.
not
It's nothing
yellow
like that, is
It's
it?
much oranger and pinker.
That's really strange. How does it look like that? Right, that is
Much
the
more.
actual version.
But even it's brighter than that, isn't
yeah.
it? I mean, it's just beautiful and vibrant. It really, really is. It just bright, you know, on your bed in winter. It would just make you feel like you're in the warm all the
Yes.
time, wouldn't it? Everything's
warm
done
you
with
up.
a 1/4 inch seam, so I've got my 1/4 inch foot on the machine.
There's less than 50 kits available. Now, we had hundreds of these. Well done everybody who's managed to get it so far. I'm so pleased that we finally got a quilt kit with a big quantity, because we always are just saying, it's sold out, I'm sorry, it's sold out, people are missing out on it. So I'm really pleased that we managed to get a good quantity on these.
So you put the 2 opposite sides on first, the 2 short sides, and then we'll press them and we'll put the top and the bottom on. And you're going to make 30 blocks like this, and most of them have the patterned border like this,
Right.
and then there's the odd one that's got a slightly different one like the one I'm doing now,
Okay.
but it shows you that on your layout. To be absolutely honest, it wouldn't matter if you did them slightly differently, or muddled them up, because they all just go fantastically. So
Susan's asked how much you get in the kit. Now, it says on the front of the pack that in total over 5.5 meters. I'm not sure to the inch how much you get, but it does say 5.5 meters in total. It's plenty enough to be able to make your finished size quilt, which is 146 by 185 centimeters. It's a big quilt. It is a really good size, and a lot of fabric, lots of fabric, plenty to be able to do there. And we were saying, actually, you don't get binding included, but you could do a scrappy binding, Katharine.
I would definitely do a scrappy binding with it, and well, unless I'd got plans for the other bits, you've got enough to do a scrappy binding, which I always think look really nice.
So have you done Kaffe's knitwear patterns then before?
Yes, so as a youngster, he was my hero,
Yeah.
and I used to...
Do you have posters of him on your wall?
Well, they didn't do posters. Do you know what? I don't think I was a very normal teenager. I used to knit in bed. I used to wake up in the mornings and knit in bed. Yeah, but I had a couple of his books.
Oh, brilliant.
And then I did a jumper, which I haven't kept. It's terrible. I don't know what happened to it. I did one of his jumpers, and I've done I did a waistcoat for my mum a few years ago. They're just fun to knit, because again, there's just like so many colours.
Oh, I think we've had them on Yarn Lane before, haven't we? The Kaffe kits, and then lovely.
And his tapestries, I've done a lot of his, he used to do a lot of tapestries, and as a teenager I used to make quite a lot of those. I've got one on my bed that is orange, orange background with flowers.
Have you seen the interview with Rebecca Reed and Kaffe?
I haven't managed to watch it, I must
Is it
do.
on the Facebook or YouTube? Yeah, it's on YouTube, you can catch up on it.
So that's your block, simple as that.
Brilliant. And you repeat that how many times?
30, you make 30 of them.
Did you do a bit of a production line, or did you do block by block?
I did block by block, just so that I got the colours right.
Yeah, good idea.
Because I was following the little chart. It does suggest in the pattern that you lay it out on I mean, he always uses a design wall, doesn't he?
Yeah.
We may not always have a design wall. So, you know, lay it out on your floor, take a picture of it, and you can see your order that you're doing it and
idea.
which ones you're doing with which. So when you've got
Would you sew together row by row as you go, like you have, or have you just put this together for us to see?
I've just put this together for you to see. Probably if I'd been starting it from scratch for myself, I would probably have made all the blocks and then lay them out and do all the sashing.
Yeah.
But they said to me, you don't have to make the whole quilt. So I thought, well, I'll do a row and a row. And then they were like, oh, but the material's changed, so can you do some to show? But that's okay. So let's just get this in the right order. This is where my little chart comes in handy. A.
Yeah, don't worry about the change in pattern. There is it does explain everything all in the instructions.
It does. So that's how my row is going to go.
Right, so I can't just randomly put these anywhere. These all have a place.
Well, yes, they do have a place.
Does it matter?
It
Because they're the
wouldn't.
same size, aren't they?
They're all the same size. It wouldn't matter if you mixed one up and got it in a different order.
But have they spaced them out to look aesthetically sort of pleasing?
Yes, I mean, if you look at the finished one, it works because there is a very it's random, but I suspect it's a very carefully thought out random.
Yeah.
Yes, so that you've got an even mix along of your fabrics.
Right.
But if you muddled one up, it really wouldn't be the end of the world, would it?
So then sashing. What is sashing for anybody who's...
So sashing are these bits in between your blocks.
Okay.
So on this, it's your horizontal fabric.
That's lovely. I've never seen that fabric before.
It's nice, isn't it? Just have to move these out the way slightly. That's it. You get a huge amount. Now, what you've got to do when you cut out your sashing is make sure that you've got it going horizontally. You want all your pieces going with the little stripe in the background going across. It's going because that's what kind of pulls it all together.
Right, okay.
And if you don't, it won't look as good.
Obviously, even your vertical pieces, you still want...
Yes. So, for your cutting your sashing, you cut, so for your vertical sashing, you cut your strip 8.5 inches wide. I've got one here. I'm just getting it the right way round, Vic, so that I can tell you properly and don't get it wrong. So these are this was my strip. This was my width of fabric that was 8.5 inches wide. And then you cut them into 2.5 inch strips. So I'm going to just cut a few of these so that we can put our little row together. Let me just iron that because it doesn't want to lie flat and then I can't cut it nice and neatly.
Is that the first thing you do when you get your fabrics, is give it all a good press?
I have to say I did iron all of these before
You don't pre-wash them?
No, I don't. I know you're supposed to.
Well,
I'm always too impatient to get started.
Do you know, lots of people don't actually. I think quilters don't, dressmakers do.
Well, I don't do any, but that's me. Well, you've got two schools with your quilting. Some people like to pre-wash them because they don't want it to shrink particularly at all once they've made it.
Yeah.
Because when you do wash it, and if it does shrink a little bit, you get that puckered up effect.
Yeah.
And some people don't like that. Some people prefer the puckered up effect, so they don't pre-wash it.
Right, so it's personal preference.
It's personal preference. I mean, it depends how often you actually wash your quilts, doesn't it? I don't wash mine that often.
No.
They're just kind of decorative.
I do like the effect that once they've been washed. I think they look lovely.
Yes. But you don't tend to get a huge amount of shrinkage in modern fabrics. So we're going to cut ourselves some 2.5 inch strips.
I don't know why. I didn't realise that it was because of shrinkage. I always thought it was in case colours run and things like that. But actually, like you said, in modern fabrics, the colours are all very stable and they don't tend to shrink too much, do they?
No, I mean, colours don't tend to run that much unless it's like denim. Denim's terrible.
Yeah, a batik or a denim.
But if you're sensible, you would put them in a dark wash anyway, wouldn't you?
Oh, the amount of times, you know, when you have a new pair of jeans and you put them on and you think, what's wrong with my legs when they're all blue when you take them off?
Okay, so your sashing is going on each end of every block. So it's just right sides together.
If you want to go with Katharine's option of the gold, there's only 3 of the backing bundles left. That has been the most popular. You're a bit of a trendsetter, aren't you?
That's the first time in my life, I reckon.
How was have all your workshops been over the summer holidays? Do you do lots of children's
We've
workshops?
been doing lots of children's workshops, and it's been lovely. They've been really lovely and busy, and it's so nice to have lots of people back in.
Oh, good.
And we're just having a little rest, and then all our adult ones for the autumn kick-off. Yes.
Hi, Susan. Or Suzanne, sorry. Suzanne said, love the colours of Kaffe uses. Many years ago, Kaffe stayed with us at our farm B&B when he was doing something in Plymouth with knitting. That's cool. What I hope you got a picture that you've got in your, in the. Do you call it a foyer? In the reception area. Are you still at the B&B, Suzanne? That's cool, isn't it?
Really cool.
Well, do you know, I was watching the Midland News talking about famous people, arriving. Have you heard about Tom Cruise? He's filming Mission Impossible in Birmingham at the moment.
Oh, he's always
so he
whizzing
keeps
around in
being
his
spotted
helicopter,
everywhere.
doesn't he? Yeah.
So yeah, he's landed in his helicopter round here, and they closed the airport of Coventry. So he landed in somebody's garden, and 2 people knocked the door and said, "Do you mind if we land the helicopter? We've got a VIP who needs to land because he's late for filming." Anyway, he landed. Out walks Tom Cruise, and apparently he was really lovely to the children and let them have a ride up in the helicopter.
Wow.
And can you imagine? They said that as soon as he left, they looked at each other and said, "Did that actually just happen?" That's just, you couldn't imagine, could you?
That's pretty cool. So we're just adding sashing on. So once you've done your cutting, this is a quick quilt to put together. And I really do quite like patchwork that doesn't involve any matching.
Matching, yes. Well, it means that you can get on with the nice bit and working with the cape. It's all about the working with the cape, isn't it?
It is. It's all about the colour. It really is. The colour and the fabrics.
I was thinking, sometimes when you get big quilt kits with really lovely designer fabrics, lots of people are scared to start doing the piecing, whereas this one, you can just get on with it, cut it, enjoy it. They're almost like framed pieces of fabric on this one,
They
aren't
are. So you can see I'm not even having to press it in between. I can just press my big long row right at the end because of the way it's pieced together.
I suppose because it's such lovely quality quilting cotton, isn't it? That it just presses beautifully and stays where it's supposed to.
It does actually. It does.
But you're not
press very
pinning at
nicely.
all, are you?
I'm not. Oh, do you know what? I think, my bobbins run out.
Message from Teresa. Hi, Teresa. Hi, Vicky. Can you tell me where the Kaffe diamond quilt, when it was demonstrated? It was the 20th of June, just off the top of my head. The 20th of June, if you do want to watch that back on YouTube. That was another lovely one. We've been spoiled rotten, haven't we, recently with Kaffe? But don't let this one pass you by. There is still time to get it. I know quite often they do sell out very, very quickly on the day of demonstration. So the Peach Sunset Quilt is available at the moment on split pay, $64.99, and you get over 5.5 meters of fabric, enough to be able to do the front of your quilt. And it says there's not enough to do your binding, but there's plenty to be able to do a scrappy binding with what you've got left over. There's loads of fabric in there. They're all complementing. They're all gorgeous Kaffe. They've all been cut ready to go, but aren't they lovely? This one for your border as well is really nice. The sashing one that Katharine's using at the moment, you get oodles of that one, which is really beautiful.
So you could back it with that purpley colour. The lilac in there would look nice.
Yes. I'll have a look on the website at the Rose and Hubble Solids, because there's some lovely colours in here that you could use. Even the cobalt blue, the cadet blue. Just look at all these colours. Like you said, actually, you'd struggle to get it wrong.
I think so.
Any colour that you choose to back it with, I think it's probably going to go.
And just make sure that you remember to put your sashing on each end as well. It's the thing to remember.
Okay.
So they go right onto the end. No, I'm not pinning because somehow when it's nice cotton and you kind of match it up together like that, it kind of holds itself
Oh, good.
together.
It behaves itself.
It does. It does.
We've got Suzanne from B&B. Sorry, no photo, but my children were fascinated to see a man knitting, as they only thought it was for grandmas.
But not.
No. No, we all love knitting, especially recently. I'm seeing more and more. Tom Daly, look at him. Have you seen him at the Olympics?
Trendsetter.
He is. He's making it really trendy. Well, you say when you were a teenager, you loved your knitting, didn't you?
I did. But I don't think I was a standard one. I think I was a bit of a secret knitter.
Oh.
It wouldn't have been cool to say that you knitted, I don't think.
It is now, though, isn't it?
It is now.
Also, at my swimming group, the moms are really, really cool, which I'm now in the cool mom swim group. We go for coffee afterwards and everything. Anyway, one of the girls, she was telling me that she knits and crochets. She was sitting doing French knitting, and she's done now, because I did put on the online fan page, how do you do this knitting, like personalised names on the back of cardigans. And thank you to everybody who did respond, because there were loads of you that got back in touch with me. But one of the girls, from swimming was showing me how to do it yesterday.
Well, there you go.
And it's French knitting with the little dolly.
It is. You used to do that when you were little, when you should have still got mine somewhere.
Amongst everything else that you've kept from when you were little. Although you didn't keep your cave cardigan.
No, I don't know what was going on there.
Going through a ruthless sort out. That's what I've been doing. Now I'm packing up, moving house. I thought, right, I've got to make sure that
You have to do it sometimes. It's
You do.
cathartic.
You have to
isn't
do it, because otherwise, we've got a loft in our new house, and my mum said, whatever you do, don't fill your loft with things, because otherwise, it's all right for seasonal things, you know, like your Christmas decorations or tents and camping, things like that come out in the summer, but don't just put
You haven't
things
seen
in.
my loft. Oh my lord, it's
Well, that's
dreadful. It's absolutely
If you've
terrible.
got a loft or a garage, it just fills
Both.
up, doesn't it?
Yeah, both. Now you will notice when I am ironing this, I am not making my seams go in any particular direction.
No,
You
okay.
you don't need to, because you're going to put your sashing in between, and
There's nothing to nest.
there's nothing to nest. So
it's
as
just
long as you've
enjoy
got
pressing.
it very, very nice and flat, and not get those seams nice and open, then we're good to go.
Do you find the seams kind of tell you which direction they want to
do
go in
tend
anyway?
to,
They
don't
just
they?
choose a way.
They do. Okay. Now with your horizontal sashing, you're going to cut. What have I done with the big bit there? So again, you're going to cut across the width of your fabric, but you're going to cut them 2.5 inches wide this time. But very sadly, one width of fabric is just not quite long enough, so you do
Right.
have to join some pieces together.
You can't tell though, can you?
But you can't tell. You can't see on there that I've joined pieces together, can you?
No.
No. So
No, you can't.
they don't show. You don't need to do. You could just do a normal. We'll use that one. Just a normal straight seam, 1/4 inch, just to join it. What I would do, I mean, obviously I've only done one row, I would make sure when you join the rows together with your sashing is that you don't always have the joins in the same place,
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
because then your eye might get drawn to them. I'm going to just press that little seam open so it does lie nice and flat. And let's just check it's going to be long enough.
To stitch
Not
this
quite.
on, when it is at that length, do you alternate sashing the one way? How do I explain this? Stitching one length across there, and then the other one. Do you go from the other side? Because I've found sometimes if I've tried to do sashing, I get like a banana bowing sort of.
Okay,
Element
you
to
can do if that's an issue.
Have you found that ever happens?
No, I haven't particularly.
Okay.
What I'd probably do is like I've done here, where I've done a row and put a piece of sashing on.
Yeah.
I'd probably do that on each one.
Yeah.
And then join them all together.
I know Yvonne McAtamney, she was saying if you're doing a quilt like this, to almost do the rows and then do them into pairs, and then do your bottom ones, and then almost join the two quilts together instead of just doing row after row after row.
Yeah.
I suppose it means that you're not stitching on as many together under your machine or at one go.
You
That
just
might be
need to
why.
be. You just want to be careful that you keep you don't get muddled up
Yeah,
in your pattern.
that's
That you're
true.
keeping your pattern that you want, and sometimes doing it row by row just keeps you
Yeah, on track.
on track, doesn't it? But either way, I think is okay. But yes, to go from each end stops that bananaing that you might get. Right. So I am going to pin this sashing along.
The gold side out, the side graphics, we've now switched to the orange, which is also very, very popular. For your backing, remember it is your 44-inch wide backing, but you get plenty in the 4.5 metre bundle, and you get a saving today of £1.50.
The kit says that you need 4.2 metres, so
you
you've
get
got plenty.
plenty.
So if you wanted to bind it in the same as your backing fabric, you'd be able to.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. At this point you are pinning.
I am pinning just because it's much longer, and it's just going to hold it in place as I go.
You know, you were talking about flat pack earlier on.
Yes.
In between the hours that you were just in the green room, Kat's had a bed delivery, which has arrived flat pack.
Excellent.
A bed. Now, they paid extra to have it part built. And poor Liam, aren't you pleased that you're here, Kat? Is Liam supposed to be working from home today? No, he's got the day off to construct. Did he imagine that he'd spend it all putting the bed together? Oh, so how long's Kat been in the house now? 5 months. She hasn't had a bed the whole time.
No!
She's been sleeping on a mattress, but on the floor. But she said he's done it. It's taken him 2 hours. He has done it though.
Oh, that's
and
not
he's
so
just
bad.
sent Kat the picture. She says it looks no different to when they didn't have a bed at all because it's a really low bed. Does it have a headboard? Oh no! So it is just a very low bed. Oh, that's brilliant. That was £400 spent well, wasn't it? Just to raise you off the floor. How many inches?
See, that's another place you put things under the bed. It's good to have a low bed so you don't. It's very bad feng shui to keep your things under the bed,
Is
you know.
it?
Yeah.
Bad feng shui.
It is. Because things can't flow underneath you where you sleep. Everything stagnates, you see.
Has John Scott told you that? Or
No,
not?
I like a bit of feng shui.
Oh, okay. Oh no. Oh no, John told me that when he came round to mine, I think I've got a mirror to the end of the bedroom. So if you imagine it's a square, there's a mirror on the other side. And he was like, oh no, that's really bad. You shouldn't do that. I don't know why. I can't remember, John, if you're watching.
It's like you shouldn't leave if your bathroom door faces out to the outside of your house. You shouldn't leave it open. You shouldn't leave your toilet seat up because it's linked to your money. It means your money will always flow out your house.
Oh my word, are you quite superstitious? Are you one of these people that locks the door or does all of the different rituals as you leave the house?
No, I'm not that bad.
Okay.
But there are certain things, like, I mean, I don't risk it. I put my toilet seat down just in
Would
case.
you put new shoes on the table?
Oh, God, never. No, never. That's really bad luck.
Do you ever walk over 3 drains?
Well, I don't know that one.
Oh, no, it's bad luck, isn't it, to walk over 3
I
drains?
don't need to know anymore.
Or walking under ladders.
No, I wouldn't walk under a ladder, no. Oh, and I've got a stupid thing with magpies.
Oh, do you have to say...
I have to salute the magpie if there's
Magpie,
only
yeah.
one, yeah. Ridiculous. So you ever see me driving around the country saluting,
have
you'll
to
know
do
why,
it.
yeah.
Oh, thank you, Christine. Morning, gorgeous Vicky and Katharine. This quilt is gorgeous.
It really is.
She's put, oh, Vicky, my loft and sewing room. My loft is my sewing room, and I've noticed that all the eaves and storage cupboards are full with hubby's spare motorbike parts, my girls' old soft toys. We were talking about this earlier on. My mum's got my old soft toys. She started getting them out for Maisie, and they're like 20, 30 years old. But they still look really, she's kept them in good condition. What else have you got in there? Old clothes, Christmas decorations, ornaments from my late in-laws. She says, I really need a good sort out. Maybe that's good for the soul, isn't it? To just have a good sort out.
It is. Thing is, if you do things like you decide to sort out your fabric and your stash, you do that, but everything you sort out, you don't want to get rid of anything.
No,
you just
have to move
stroke it for a bit and then fold it up very neatly again.
Yeah, exactly.
So I've been finishing off, trying to finish off lots of projects because I am a notorious non-finisher.
Okay.
And so I've sort of, over the last couple of weeks, been getting things out and making a bit of progress. And my husband keeps going, where are these coming from? Where have you been keeping them?
Do you hide them?
No, they're just all packed really neatly under the sewing table.
Yeah. So you're not one of these people that have to hide things from him?
Oh,
like you buy kits
no.
and you hide them and you're saying,
It
where
is
are they
quite
coming
useful that Sewing Street send me lots of parcels though,
Yeah.
because then when my own parcels of fabric come, I go, oh, it's just from Sewing Street.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got our sashing on that one. We've got our sashing on this one. Let's join them together. And then we'll have a nice bit of quilt. How many rows are there? 1, 2, 3. There's 6 rows altogether.
Okay. So it's one that you could spend time on if you wish, but if you did want to do this over a weekend, it's probably something that you could construct quite quickly once you've done all your cutting.
Definitely. And even the cutting isn't particularly difficult cutting. You know, everything's the same size. Your blocks are all the same size. It gives you quantities, but you're pretty much always cutting across your width of your fabric and then cutting your rectangles or your strips into it. And so you've got really nice instructions. You can see I've ticked it off as I go along so that I don't miss anything. I tell you what I'm going to do, Vicky. I'm going to just show everybody how much is left from when I've cut out. One more block of those that I've not cut, so say that was that. Okay, so you've got all that. Just lift out the rest of my little. I've labelled all my rectangles as well with the right letter, so again you don't get mixed up. But that's all left over. That's
my word.
So there's loads of fabric left, isn't there?
That's so good.
Lots left.
That's going to be great. You could do a cushion to match. You could make yourself some bags. We were talking about Barbara's got a Kaffe face covering.
I heard that and I was like, oh, now I want one.
Well, there's so much
Well, I can
fabric
do
in
it
there.
now. I've got a bit left over.
Absolutely. If you got the pattern earlier on, you could do your purse frames, your purses with it. Lots of people messaging you superstitions. Claire just said, so many superstitions. She says, I can't have a green car.
Oh.
I've never heard that one, green car.
Yeah, I've
but
heard
green,
that.
I have heard
Green cards are
green.
unlucky, yeah.
I've heard green is, I know that, I knew someone who just couldn't do green ever. And I love green. Sue's just put, one superstition I always keep is if you make or gift a purse, you always put a coin in it.
Yes, I know that one.
So the owner will never be poor. Oh, I've not heard that. And we've got a message come through from Wendy. Hi, Wendy. Hi, girls. Go on Google and you can get loads of Kaffe Fassett knitting patterns. There you go.
Ooh. Thank you, Wendy. I'll be doing that.
I'll have to get some more. I've got a question from Mandy. Morning, Sewing Street team. Lovely demonstration, Katharine.
Thank you.
Beautiful quilt. Could you tell me what happens to all of the makes that you do? Now, all of the Kaffe quilts that we have, unfortunately, we have to send back, which is gutting. I mean, we would all love one. I think we'd all be fighting over them if we had them here. But no, they come here and then they come for a short amount of time and they all got sent back. So the finished quilts that you have, they often get sent back to the designers who have made them. Other than that, we have a very strict storage system in the office, don't we? Why are you laughing, Katharine? we store them all nicely and
get ready for if they come back. They're all labelled, they're all in different designers, they're in alphabetical order, and
Each designer has a box and our samples go in there.
yes.
Yes. And then it means everyone could just lay their hands on it really easily when we do it again.
That's the idea anyway. Good question, Mandy. Do you know, I would love us to do, we should do one day, we
You
could
should
do
have
it.
an auction of them all, shouldn't you?
Yeah, we should.
For charity, it'd be really nice.
That is a good idea. Kat did suggest her dream job was to be sample manager. She wanted a room with all the samples. What would you do? She just would do lists.
Lists, spreadsheets.
Yeah, she says she would get a list the day before that would say we need these samples for the next day, and that would be her job. We do that anyway, don't we, Kat? That's still part of our job. She wants it to be our only job. You are very good at labels. Didn't you bring in a label maker once?
Oh, my husband made me buy a label maker. He likes everything nice and organised.
That was Kat's dad's label maker as well. She said, don't tell him that I took his label maker. Yeah, it does help having those pins on this one actually, because it is a long seam, isn't it?
It is, yes, it is. Just adjust that one very slightly. I haven't pinned that brilliantly.
Oh, Samantha, this one, right, I'm not superstitious at all, but this is actually my worst nightmare. So we do have mirrors in the flat, and I'm terrified of anybody touching them because I'm so scared that they'll break, because Kieran's hung them up, and even though he's very handy and he's a tradesman, I know that he hasn't hung these mirrors very well, and they terrify me.
7 years bad luck.
Well, Samantha, I broke a mirror last week. Oh no, what did she say? Oh no, things started going wrong. Oh no. That does make me nervous. What? A mirror landed on you. Did it break? Oh dear, no, that's my worst nightmare. That is really scary. I really need a display unit or shelf for all of my inherited pottery from my mother-in-law, but my youngest daughter thinks it's old-fashioned. Oh no, what is it? And Ainsley.
Ainsley. Oh, that's nice.
That's nice pottery, isn't it? My I collected all the Beatrix Potter when I was really little, and my mum says now we've had Maisie, we can get a cabinet and put it all in, and all of the nice little ornaments. But no, that's lovely. I think things like that. It's a shame to have those stored up away in the. That's been in my mum's loft for so long. I said no, now I want it all displayed nicely.
I'm finding that when I do press it, it wants to go towards the sashing.
So is that okay?
Yeah, which is fine.
Yeah, do what it wants to do.
So I really need the big iron, not the tiny iron for this big bit, but you can see as it's going together how it's starting to look, which is pretty lovely.
Oh, those colours together look amazing, don't they?
Really vibrant, yeah.
And I suppose you've got enough fabric. If you want to make more of these blocks, they'd make great cushions as well. Just repeat the block again.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So then once you've done all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows, you've then got a border around. Any tips for the border? I know that you haven't done that, but obviously it's a stripe, isn't it? So
yeah, so it's put on the same way as you put on your... So if you look, this doesn't go across, it goes horizontally on the sides, vertically on the top. It's stitched on in the same way that you've stitched the edge of your blocks.
okay.
So there's no mitering corners or anything like that.
No,
They're
just
straight,
2 at the side.
straight corners, 2 at the... It tells you to do your... You do your top and bottom first, and then you do your side pieces looking at the sizing. So it goes together in just the same way. It's like
Brilliant.
making a larger version, a giant version of the small block. And then back it,
Any
quilt
quilting
it
ideas?
how you like. They've done a very nice free motion sort of
meandering.
squirrely all over, and they've quilted it in orange. But again,
if you aren't as confident,
you
in
could
your
keep
quilting.
geometric on this. I'm very fond of just if you've got squares or triangles, rather than trying to do stitch in the ditch, which is actually really quite hard stitch in the ditch. It relies on you being very meticulous and careful. You can just do like a motif quilt where you go quilting, where you just go just inside your shape, and you can use like a 1/4 inch or an 1/8 of an inch guide just to keep you really neat. So I'm quite fond of doing that actually.
Yeah.
And you can do that. You could do that on each or some of your rectangles.
Yeah, good idea.
You could just stick to doing your sashing.
Yeah.
Just do things in there.
Yeah. There's lots of options, isn't there?
There are a lot of options.
Another one nice for hand quilting actually.
Yes.
Hand quilt around the squares.
You could hand quilt around the squares. You've got little lots. There's a lot of sort of blobby circles in this, which sort of draws it all together. And it might be nice to sort of pick out that kind of idea.
Good idea.
And use some of that, I think, would help draw it all together. I think because you've got so much going on in your fabric, it doesn't need to be a major part of the quilting, because really it's all about the fabric. So
yeah.
I would quilt it in an orange or a pink that sort of goes with it rather than stands out. But
Yeah, I agree.
it's all personal choice, isn't it? That's the beauty of it. You
Love it.
can make it what you like.
Thank you ever so much. Lovely, lovely, lovely. We'll see you in Yarn Lane.
I'll see you in a bit.
I keep hearing John Scott saying about, the commute to Yarn Lane, how we have to all pack up our stuff. And I know that, Kat, didn't you get there on your electric scooter last week? Yeah. Right, are we ready? Catherine's going to be joining me for Yarn Lane at 12 o'clock, so do join us. Keep checking out over 5.5 metres of gorgeousness, all Kaffe fabric, including your borders, your sashing, enough to be able to do scrappy binding. Remember, there's one substitute which is slightly different, and ignore the picture on the website because it's not yellowy, it's all these lovely oranges and pinks, really warm, vibrant colours. $129.99, or definitely use the split pay option. It's $64.99 a split pay. One payment today and one payment next month, and it costs you $0 to have that privilege of splitting your payments over 2 months. $64.99. So that's the quilt kit. Please do check out your basket over the next few minutes. Don't forget about the backing bundles as well. Barbara's going to be joining me again. We have got the most beautiful cushions coming up for you, so stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Barbara Mclay's with me after this.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Who doesn't love a 3-day bank holiday weekend, especially if you get to catch up on your favourite hobby, sewing? We are making your bank holiday weekend more spectacular than ever with our Bank Holiday Bonanza. It's time to top up your fabric stash as we're bringing you a huge range of fabrics, all at amazing prices, as well as lots of handy sewing room tools, all perfect for your next sewing project. The Bonanza starts on Saturday the 28th of August and ends Monday the 30th of August from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. each day. You can watch on Sky 670, Freeview 72, YouTube, Facebook Live, or on the Sewing Street app. Amazing discounts, fabulous fabrics and tools, and a whole load of fun. What more could you ask for? Have a great weekend.
Hello, welcome back. We're just saying today's going so quickly. Cat's dancing in the gallery. I love it when you have the light on in there. It's really nice to see you all. John doesn't let you have the light on. It's probably because you're distracting, dancing, and yeah. Joe's like swinging around on his chair. He's now doing all the Beyonce moves in the gallery. Having a lovely bank holiday. How is everybody? I hope you're all having a lovely bank holiday. Get in touch with us. Have you seen, by the way, the Bank Holiday Bonanza advert? You must join me tomorrow. I'm back on tomorrow, and we've got, it's just me on my own, but trust me, it is a show not to be missed. We've unpacked it all already this morning, and the deals we have got are incredible. Really incredible. Right, we're ready, because I know we've got Yarn Lane at 12, and we want to make sure we give Barbara as much time as possible. Please, 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 can we start with the parakeet? Oh, this is the rooster, sorry. Can we start with the parakeet? They're all so colourful. They're all so colourful. I love the rooster. I mean, everyone's going to want the rooster, but look at the price. I can't get over the prices. How amazing is this? Now, I've never seen these panels before. Kat told me we have done these type of panels before and they were $7.49. So I don't know why these are $6.49. You've spotted it on the website though, and they're already selling. So not only do you get the panel, which look. Okay, please will you message in, is this a rainbow parrot or is it a parakeet? Let me know, let me know. But look at those colours. He is absolutely gorgeous. So that is perfect size for a cushioned front. Now, you also get, hang on, that's not just this, $6.49. You get this as well? That is even better than I thought. Yes. Did you see my eyes pop out then as well? Barbara did exactly the same. Look at how wide this is. That's $6.49 for both. For both. That is brilliant value. Okay, Bank Holiday Bonanza's obviously started early. Here we go. Kicking off your bank holiday with, and do you know what I like about it? It feels like linen. It's like, it's cotton, but it's got a lovely structure to it. So it's perfect for bags, tote bags, for cushions. It's brilliant for home furnishing.
I'm looking for, I messaged Susie actually, because I know that she's great with, you know, sourcing and finding lots of fabrics. And I was looking for fabric to cover like a bench stool that's going in the kitchen. This would be perfect for that actually. Absolutely perfect. And it's only a narrow one, so I bet I could do it with this. And £6.49. That is such good value. Half a metre of fabric and your panel as well. So I could have a cushion. Right, I'm just getting carried away now about my new house. This is gorgeous. I love that. I'm pretty sure it's a parakeet, says Sue. Thank you, Sue. That was what Kat thought it was. And Kat is an expert on parrots because she did used to have an African grey parrot. I do absolutely love it. Look at the colours. Right, so what's the most popular on the website? That was just one that I absolutely loved. Jill, what's Jill said? These fabrics are gorgeous. That's definitely a parrot, not a parakeet. Oh, there you go. So we were having this debate this morning as well. We couldn't agree. So we don't know.
Just call it a parrot bird.
All I know is that it's gorgeous and the price is ridiculous. Can we do the Highland Thistle then? Highland Thistle next. Right, they're all selling very, very quickly. A third of the stock of this one's already gone. It is going to be on and gone, I think. Wait until you see it. Oh, your thistle. Maybe let's go with your Highland Cow. Your Highland Thistle. I love this. Extra wide as well. Oh, collector in Somerset said a rainbow lorikeet. Or Swainson's. I've never heard of a Swainson's. There you go. Is your mic muted, by the way? We can't hear you.
Don't look at me.
We won't look at you. You have a look. We'll be able to hear you in a second. Yeah, you're back. You're back. We can hear you now. This is extra wide as well. Extra wide, so £6.49.
That's my favourite.
This is your favourite?
Yeah, I love it. I think it's beautiful.
So can you explain what the sort of feel of this is? It's structured, isn't it?
It is. It is cotton.
Does it feel like a canvas, cotton canvas?
Yes, it does. A bit like cotton drill.
Yeah.
You know, like the sort of thing you'd make dungarees from.
Right.
It's that nice heavy cotton.
It's great for soft furnishings as well, though, isn't it? We're talking about cushions today. This one you made into the circular cushion. Oh, it's behind me. Let me grab this. Sorry. It's beautiful, and I love the embellishment with the pom-poms. How cool is that? And even though, you know, it's a square panel, just to show, you can make it into a circular
I'm
cushion
going to be
as well.
doing the parakeet in a round cushion today. So
Oh, brilliant.
I'll show you how to do that.
I love it. Absolutely love it. And I can't believe how much you get for your money.
No, I'm shocked.
So you could do the back of your cushion as well. And I still have loads left over. These should not be £6.49. Do you know what I'm going to blame it on? The fact we had technical issues earlier. Any excuse, to go way too low. We could just put that in the shift report. It should definitely be at least £7.49, at least. So that's the thistle. Half the stock of this one's gone. It literally looks like it's been painted on, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, the watercolours are beautiful. So that's the thistle. Finally. Okay, those of you that want the bundle, are you ready for the rooster? Oh, do you know, I think I love I can't make up my mind which is my favourite. I just have to get all three. Those prices, why not? Why not? If you've paid your postage and packaging today already, oh, wow.
He's a very proud rooster, isn't
He is a very proud rooster. He's gorgeous. I just love the colours in his tail. It's beautiful. And, of course, you're getting your full half metre as well. This would be a great tote bag, shopper bag. Absolutely perfect. And you've got plenty of fabric there to be able to do it. Is it a lorry, Samantha said? Like a lorikeet, basically. Sue said that. It's more like a lorikeet from Australia. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. The debate is on. This is definitely a rooster, isn't it? This is definitely a rooster. £6.49 for both your panel and your half metre. Can't get over the price. The value for money is brilliant.
They'd make nice seat cushions in kitchens as well. You know, like the seat pads.
They would.
You could
They'd
have,
be perfect.
you know, 3 of one and 3 of the other, or
Oh, brilliant.
and
I mean, there's
match.
so many great ideas. So many great ideas. Remember, the only way of getting them is in the bundles today. $6.49. If you have got any questions, get them in. We haven't got them individually, by the way. We haven't got them individually. The only way of getting them is in the bundle. Pom-poms! Let's go for the pink first, because these pinks are gorgeous. And I'm just thinking, have a look with the rooster. Perfect. I love a pom-pom embellishment, Barbara.
I do. I like a pom-pom embellishment, especially when they're pink.
Oh, they're hot pink, aren't they? I'm thinking these would be lovely on bunting. They'd be nice around lampshades. I've seen lots of people putting them around lampshades and they look great. For on jackets.
Actually, this fabric also would be nice to make lampshades. You know, the lampshades, the round ones.
Yeah.
With the pom-pom edging. That
Right.
would be nice.
That is a really
you know.
Imagine that in an interior design shop. You can see it, can't you?
Yeah.
Like quite a big circular. Because I've got these lamps now that they're like rabbit ears coming out of the lampshade and like a rabbit base, and they're really popular. They've got all of the different animals. But I can imagine it in the same shop that I got those lamps from. This on the outer circular part with the bright pom-poms, and they'd be so expensive.
Yeah.
They'd be lovely. And then you could do a cushion to match.
And the base could have chicken legs.
Yeah,
Like
yes.
you know, the chicken.
Oh yeah, those of you that've got any of those lamps already, definitely get this for the shade. I'm just thinking, right, will it go with your parakeet or would you go white, I think? Pom-poms with
Probably
the parakeet.
white or cream.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, it still works
would
because
still
it's
work.
fun colours, isn't it? But definitely with the rooster or the thistle, you can see how well the pom-poms
There's
work.
some pink in that as well, and the thistle. That's why I chose the pink.
But they're only $149, aren't they? $149. Definitely add them to your order. If you're purchasing multiples, they will come pre-cut. But I suppose, is it easy enough to stitch them together?
It is. You can join them together. I put that on the outside just to give it a bit more of a look, but you can fit them in the middle.
Right.
So you overlap them.
Yeah.
Obviously on the outside. Underneath you wouldn't need to do that. You just join them up and carry on round. You do need 2 for the size of the cushion. You will need 2
packs.
2 packs.
Okay.
2 meters.
We do also have them in white, which is just again $149. I'd definitely go with that one maybe for your parakeet. Well, it would be for all of them if you don't want your hot pink. Your parakeet, your rooster, and also your thistle. It's going to look lovely with as well. We're talking about embellishing these cushions today because, I mean, it is all about the panel and the cushion itself, isn't it? You don't need to worry about doing any patchwork or anything like that. But then ideas of embellishing as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Perfect. Finally, sorry, just before we come to you, I haven't got the cream here, Kat. Oh, yes, I have. It's down here. It's fallen on the floor. It's fallen on the floor. I'll show you the difference of them. It's just slightly softer, actually, than the white. I don't know that you can see on screen, just slightly. There is only a slight difference from white to cream. They're nice for Christmas makes, though.
They are.
They are little snowballs, aren't they? Perfect for Christmas makes. Grab them whilst you can. Right, what's the ice cream code so I put them back in the right one? Cream is in that one. Okay, brilliant. Over to you, Barbara.
Okay, so I'm going to be using the parakeet, lorikeet bird.
Yeah. The bird.
I'm going to make this one into a circle, another circle cushion. So in order to do that, we just fold it in half.
I was thinking with the rooster, you probably would
I'm
keep
going
that
to
as a
leave
square.
him as a square. So I've got him here.
Right.
I'm going to leave him as a square because he's just too grand and proud to, and I don't want to cut him up.
No, I agree.
Don't want to trim
so you
that
keep
one.
that as a square, but
I'm
the
gonna
other
keep
two,
this one, yeah. So with
could make
this
them a
one,
circle.
because we've got the patterns right in the middle of the square, we can get that into quite a nice size circle cushion.
Yeah.
Or a seat pad or whatever you wanted to. These would be quite nice to put on. You know those fabric boxes that you can make?
Mm-hmm.
If you've got birds, you know, you could maybe make a box with the panels.
Yeah.
And put like the bird food in, you know,
Yeah.
store it with
Yeah.
with
Or
your
for
actual
any
birds.
storage.
Yeah.
We're talking just with Katharine now about having a good sort out of bits and bobs. I'm going through all of my house moving at the moment, and the amount of stuff that I hoard and don't even realise it. Theatre programmes, I've got so many, and I think, really, do I need them all? But I've struggled to throw them away. So just to make a box of storage, this would be really good with the lid.
Yeah, and you could, you know, just... So I folded it in half and then half again, and I've got the corner down on this side, on the left-hand side.
Okay.
And then what I'll do is I'll mark, so we've got about 8.5 inches that we can play with on there.
Okay.
And we'll mark it round like this, all the way round, and then cut it with the rotary cutter.
Oh,
so
that's
that we've
good.
got,
So you've got
and then when you open it out, you've got your nice circle, or you can use a cutter if you've got a cutter. I just need a pen. Have we got a...
We should do.
somewhere?
There should be a pen. If you
Sorry.
swipe back the cave curtain,
Can I touch it? It's so beautiful.
it is like on a. It's on
There we
like
go,
a
I've got one.
pull chain.
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
I'll just
friction
say
pen's okay.
Brilliant. Okay. So I'm just going to mark that.
I was talking about things that we learnt at school the other day that I think, oh, why did I need to learn about that? And one of the things was the, is it called not a protractor? Is it a protractor?
Yeah.
A compass.
A compass.
Like that. And now, actually, that would be really handy for...
Yeah. I was never very good at maths at school. Okay.
What did you get in your GCSEs for maths, Joe? You were telling me all of his results this morning. Pardon? A B? Oh, you did well in maths.
Oh, that's good.
No, I'm not very good at maths at all.
No. So I'm just going to follow that round where I've marked it.
Thanks, Lynn. The fabric is lovely and so easy to work with. Made a tote bag with zipped pockets for my colleagues who were delighted with them. Oh, brilliant idea. So affordable as well for gifts, aren't they? So affordable.
There we go. So I've got my circle. There isn't any pattern with this, so
Yeah, just you do what you want.
you
with
can
it,
do
yeah.
what you want to with it. So with the back of the cushion, we'll do an envelope.
Okay.
Okay. So
Oh, I don't know whether I've done a circular envelope
yeah,
back
this
before.
is. It did take me a little while to work this out. So
This all sold out. There's 30 left of the rooster. They will sell out very soon.
Wow.
Be quick.
Okay, so for the back, obviously we
Okay.
don't want to have the two pieces of fabric folded in half, because you'll have one upside down and one pointing
That's
up.
a good point as well. It has got a direction
Yeah,
to it.
so what I'll do is fold the circle in half
Okay.
and then give it, so you're almost making two ovals. So I'm going to give it 2 inches on the edge. There we go. And then just cut round, and that will make your first half circle. So that's going to be, this will be the top of.
Oh, there's that sound again, Barbara.
I know, I love it. You know, you've got good
Good
scissors
pair
when
of
it,
sharp
yeah.
scissors. Cream pom pom sold out. It's busy, busy, busy.
Okay, so that's our top part. There we go.
Is this the same way that you would do these seats? You could do like a seat pad as well, yeah.
You could do. You could put zips in them if you wanted to. Okay, and then we're going to turn this piece up, and actually that's perfect on there. So you still got all of that fabric left from making that one cushion.
Brilliant.
So we'll just go around there. Very quickly. It's not matching up particularly.
Kat said you can visit parakeets at, where is it?
Oh, yeah, you can.
Oh, was
feed
it in
them, can't
Australia? Not here, not in
Oh,
this country.
There's some places here that you can feed them. So they give you that I think it's Bristol Zoo. Oh, wow.
There's Cat and Joe. We're little parakeets. Oh yeah, they're definitely parakeets, aren't they? Look at you two. They give you a bowl of food. Right, this is actually quite terrifying for me though. I'm not very good with birds like that. I just couldn't imagine one on my head. Were they all? She said, we just got off the plane. This was in Australia, wasn't it? Whereabouts were you there? The Gold Coast. Oh, just got off the plane. They handed you a bowl of bird feed there. They all just flocked on top of your head.
Oh, if they landed on my head, I think I'd panic.
No, I wouldn't like that.
Oh, they get the feet in the hair and everything.
Joe, you look like you loved it. Look at your happy face. I've not seen you that happy, I don't think, ever. I've never seen that smile. You see all of your teeth.
Bless. Okay, so what I've done with the back of this is I've just, where I've left the 2 inches longer, I've just turned it over to make a nice hem. And then we're just, so you can see now that and if you're really clever, you can match it up, look. So you can pattern match and then make that into, so it's all nice and...
Oh, that is clever, Barbara.
Okay, so...
Pattern matching.
Pattern match.
Wow.
So when that opens up, obviously...
Mark Francis, are you still watching? There you go.
It's always good to pattern match. I'm just, okay, just gonna put that there. So we'll just hem this one and then I'll move on to the, how to put the pom-poms in, because I think we'll use was it the white or the cream you liked?
I'm going to go white.
Right, we'll use the white then.
It's not, even though I'm calling it structured, it's not stiff, is it? It's still
No.
nice to work with.
No, it is, once you've put it all together, it is.
Yeah.
It's nice and thick, but it is nice to work with. There's a lot of give in it as well. So once you've hemmed the top and the bottom, okay, we're going to put the two together like so, and then that will become your cushion. So what I will do, move that out the way, with the white, is that the white? Yep. What you would do with this...
Stop one on the roosters, 10 left. 10 of the roosters left. Okay. And then how many of the birds? 30 of the birds.
Wow.
I'm just going with the birds now.
Just pin that so it doesn't come apart.
Oh yeah, I suppose you don't need to worry about leaving a turning gap because you just turn through that gap.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Oh, this is a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be quite daunting doing a curve.
No,
I can
this
do
is
this.
Yeah, this is
I'm
good.
following.
Right. Okay. So
you're
with the
going to try and
pom-pom,
trap this in the
so
centre.
I'm going to
instead.
trap this into the centre rather than go round the outside like I've done on the thistle. So what you do is you take one piece there and you just pin it into place all the way round. I thought I'd borrow this from the green room. I think you've got these on your...
Oh,
I thought
fancy. It's quite handy, isn't it?
Well, it is, because I tend to leave pins all over the place and then can't remember where I've put the pot. So I thought, it's a good idea, I'll use that. So...
Joe thought it was your watch. No.
It's my Fitbit.
Oh dear, don't talk about Fitbits. Kat was getting all frustrated yesterday that she managed to hit her goals, but she said I was exhausted.
Oh.
She's like, is that what I have to do every day to complete my...
How many steps are you doing?
She says I'm meant to do 10,000,
Okay.
but it's one of these, it's not actually a Fitbit, it's one of the fancy watches.
Oh, okay.
And she says that it tells you how many times you need to stand up. They do on the other watches as well, don't they? They tell you you've been sitting down for too long, you need to stand up. And
I bet you wave your arm around really, don't you? You don't really move.
yeah.
Okay. I'll just do a little bit of this, I won't go because we've got some other bits to do. So I've pinned that pom-pom into that part there.
Would you just do it section by section, or
I would pin
it
all the way round.
Okay.
Like I say, here you've got, if you pin that round, you will need 2 to go to carry on.
Yeah.
Okay, and you just join them up here.
I'm with you.
Okay, so,
Okay.
and then, oh, make sure the bird is the right way round. Turn that there. Okay, and then we'll catch the pom-poms on the inside.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'm just going to move those pins so I'm picking up the top fabric as well.
Hi, Emma. Emma sent in a picture. Oh, we don't have to go to the Gold Coast to visit parakeets. We can go to Chessington.
Oh, I haven't been there for years.
This is at Chessington. You get a little bowl of food. It's great. Oh, I definitely think that these are parakeets. So that's the same bird, isn't it? That we've got on the fabric. Oh, Emma, you've got to get one of these. Then you've got to get it. That's a great picture. Although he doesn't look as happy as you did, Joe. I can't see all of his teeth. I'm not being nasty to you. I've just never seen you that happy. And he's got a hat for protection. He knew what was going to happen. I just think the claws would get into your scalp.
Yeah. Ooh.
Are they delicate?
Okay, so I've just pinned that pom-pom into there, and then I'm just going to give a stitch around the edge there, and then I'll turn it round to show you.
Do you need any particular foot to do it? No, you've just got the
No,
normal one.
I've just got the normal one. You could use this, the zipper foot if you wanted to, if you wanted to get right up close, but because they're on a, they're sort of dangling, they're quite far away from the actual
tape, yeah.
the tape, so it's not really necessary for that, but if you wanted to use one, you could. So I'm just using a 1/4 inch seam again, just to pick that up.
Have you got any plans for the bank holiday? Are you going for cuddles?
We will be going for cuddles, yeah. I have my brother and sister-in-law coming down from Sheffield this weekend.
Lovely.
With my 2 nephews, Angus and Finley. And they are 9 and 2.5.
Oh,
So
lovely.
we've just bought Finley a life jacket, tiny little life jacket to go out on the
Is
water.
this for your kayaking?
Yeah, so we can go kayaking this weekend.
Whereabouts do you live then? How far are you away?
So I live in a village called Calm, which is about 20 miles from Bristol.
Oh, right.
So near, about 20 miles, we're kind of in the middle, near Salisbury.
Oh, lovely.
Near Stonehenge, Avebury,
Yeah.
the stone circles, all that kind
Yeah.
of. It's
Have you been to
beautiful.
Stonehenge?
Yes,
Yes.
yeah. It's definitely a must when you live there. Okay, so I'm just going to turn that back round.
Oh, this is so good.
There we are. So
Oh,
you
you've got to
can
finish
see-
this off as well, Barbara.
Would you like me
have.
to?
Yes, I would.
Okay, I shall
For
finish
me.
it off. So yeah, so we just
Love that.
go around the edge. It's really nice.
That's
it reminds
brilliant.
me of a tambourine as well. You know, the old. You could put some bells on it. put it
Oh, brilliant.
on on those embroidery hoops.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Good idea. I mean, you could just simply frame it as wall art.
You
It's
could.
so beautiful. You could do some lovely embellishing with embroidery on it,
Yeah.
couldn't you? Oh, the great thing is there's no pattern. Use your, you let your creative juices run wild
Yeah.
and just use your imagination.
Okay.
We've got a message from Mandy. Hi, Mandy. Sorry, my iPad's died, by the way. If you've got any Facebook messages for me, you'll have to message them in or Kat will tell me. Just ordered 2 of the parakeet bundle. Thank you. My daughter has a Senegal parakeet, same as the bundle, but has a grey head. She's beautiful.
Oh,
Do they, parrots live for so long, don't they?
they do.
Is it all parrots or is it just, it's all parrots, isn't it? Not just necessarily your African grey.
I don't know. My mum has an African grey. She's about. Well, we thought it was a boy, and then it laid an egg, so it obviously isn't. And I think my mum's had her now 30 years, possibly.
Really?
Yeah,
Because
a
they
long
live like
time.
to 100, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They can outlive you, actually.
Yeah, well, Kat, your nan had an African grey.
Yeah.
Then you had the African grey.
And now he's on a farm.
And now he's on
real
a farm.
An actual farm. I wasn't just told that.
No,
he
he's on an
working?
He's
actual
on a
farm. Yeah, yeah.
He's driving a
With another
tractor
African-
somewhere.
with another African grey.
Oh, with
who
another
didn't
African
speak,
grey.
And now that African
What's your
grey-
African grey called?
Bill.
Bill. And did Bill
Oh.
speak?
Yeah, he mimicked my nan.
Did he swear?
Yes.
Oh no, you've told me this story
He swore
before.
when the vicar came round.
Oh dear.
Oh.
And he used to dance.
She's
up and
going to
down
sort my
his pole.
iPad out. And he used to dance?
Dance up and down his pole, yeah.
Dance
To,
up and down the pole.
to Jersey Boys, to Frankie Valley in the Four Seasons.
Oh.
My eyes have told you. Oh, lovely to Frankie Valley. You love Frankie Valley, did Bill? Brilliant. Oh, that's so funny, isn't it? I do love it when they talk and
Yeah.
they swear.
I like watching the little videos of the cockatoos that do that.
Yeah.
That stand on the back of chairs and
Well, we used to
dance.
have a fake parrot. It was a toy that used to repeat what you said.
Okay.
So we used to live in a pub, and they had them on the bar, well, behind the bar. And I used to get in such bad arguments with this parrot toy because I'd say, "Oh, there's my mum," and the parrot would go, "There's my mum," and I said, "No, it's my mum." And I'd get in such arguments to the point that I'd be crying, going, "But they're my mum." I was 25, yeah. No, I was only very young. Oh, thank you for all of your messages. I've just seen some come through. So my Fitbit thinks I'm walking when I'm sitting crocheting. It's cheating, but I easily do my 10K.
Yep.
There you go. That's what you just need to do. Kat, get knitting in the gallery.
Right, we're just gonna.
Oh, no, that sounds
doesn't sound
clunky.
good, does it?
Well, Katharine lost her bobbin earlier. Have you No? You've got a
No.
bobbin. Just come
We're
unthreaded,
just
maybe.
jammed. We're just jammed. We're all right.
No panic. Right, can I just quickly give you a heads up on stock? So, the main graphic at the moment is your parakeet, which is this one. Now, Joe, how many of these are left? Do we know? Not many. Eight left, 8 remaining. Remember, you get the ½ metre, which is extra wide, and you also get the panel, all for £6.49. Your pom-pom trim, if you want to add it, it's only £1.49. That's the white pom-pom trim. The cream's now sold out. We're also going to talk, by the way, before the end of this hour, about piping the edge. I think that would look really fancy, give it a completely different look. The pom-poms give it like quite a festival-y sort of feel. There's 3 of those left now. 3 of the parrot left, or parakeet. Make sure you check out your baskets. Thank you, Joe. I think we're all threaded.
ready to go. Let me just
Do you know,
double
I
check.
always find that when I first started sewing, I used to get really frustrated with my machine and thought, what am I doing wrong? And half the time, if I just rethreaded it, it would sort the problem out.
Yeah. I used to panic about it. I've had lots of people say to me, "You never panic when you change." You know,
You're
I'd
very
be-
calm.
Am I? That's good.
But you've got 3 children, haven't you? So you're
There we go. That's better.
nice and calm. That's what you need to be on telly, though. It's
Nice and
difficult-
calm.
Yeah.
I'm not normally. I'm sure if people really knew me, they'd know I wasn't that calm. Okay, so I'm just going to finish off this pom-pom for you.
My friend owned a pet shop. The meaner bird by the till would make noises and then say thank you. I tried to teach it to swear, but she wasn't impressed with me.
Oh.
Oh, Bill knew when you were saying goodbye, and he'd say bye back to you. Oh.
Oh. My mum's doesn't like the cat. Oh, we run out of bobbin thread. Yeah.
Oh, apparently Bill growled at a dog once. They don't like other
No.
animals. No. We're having a problem with the bobbin, maybe.
Yeah.
We'll swap that over. Can I show you the rooster in the meantime? So the parakeet is about to sell out, literally a couple of those. Rooster. Oh gosh, it's very, very busy this morning. Very, very busy. We loved these though, didn't we? As soon as we spotted them, we were like, yeah, they will sell out. They are amazing. I did mention about the piping cord. We do have some piping cord. So if you want to do a lovely piped edge, that would look very fancy. It's a 1 metre piece. So if you do want to multi-buy, it will come as a 1 metre pre-cut length, but you can join them up, and we'll talk to Barbara about doing that. £1.99 for your piping cord. Definitely worth adding that in. Are you all okay?
Yeah.
We're back up and running.
We're back up and running.
Hi, Diane. We had an African grey. She would start crying like a baby. Oh, she'd copy the baby's crying every time I did the hoovering. Oh, that's brilliant. That is brilliant. I think they're just so fascinating. Message from Jill. My Quaker parrot Jackson tells everybody he is a baby boy. When I'm on the phone, he joins in. Oh, brilliant. That must get so just hilarious, confusing. I think I quite like a parrot, you know. It's a big commitment, isn't it?
Yeah.
And does your mum sort of roam the house or stay in his cage?
He does come out.
Yeah.
They do, you know, not when lots of people are around because it frightens him. So he tends to.
Yeah.
She tends to
She
stay
in.
Tends to stay in, but she does come out.
Yeah.
Doesn't leave
make
the
much
house
mess
for me.
then? Or
Yeah. When she's angry, she will throw everything out of the cage. So the food will be, the food will be everywhere. She's very fussy with things, so she'll only eat certain parts of the food, and if you don't give her any more, it's everywhere. The water, so she will fluffle her feathers, and it'll be everywhere. So yeah, she has got a character.
they're agreeing with you in my ear though. Joe and Kat said, yeah, that was exactly the same. But I used to get the corner of the cage and be pinging it, making a noise.
And if you get too close to her and she's not in a good mood, she'll grab hold of your clothes and pull your clothes into the cage with her. So yeah, and so you can't escape.
Okay, maybe I don't want a parrot then.
Okay, I'm just going to join this up so you can have a look. So I've got the end is here, all right, and then all I'm going to do is overlap that next one so that that string is the same distance between the pom-pom. Just pop a pin into there and then go round it. We're nearly there. You can take this one home with you then.
Oh, this is exciting. For anybody who, if management are watching, know it's going into the sample room. You know, when Mandy asked, what happens to all the samples? Vix does not take them home. They go into the sample box and they all get stored really neatly, don't they, in the office?
Yeah. Yes, they do. It's a picture of perfection in there. It really is.
Someone suggested that we do tours here, Barbara. No, we're ready for tours. Janet, your mum's message saying she's trying to send a picture of Sparky, but doesn't know how to attach. She spits bananas. She spits bananas at the walls.
Yeah, she does.
So does she eat bananas? She has got a very particular diet.
Yeah, she eats everything. They're not fussy with their food, really. Well, she is, but...
If you're on your email, Janet, if you click the little, like, paper clip, that's the attachment one, isn't it, normally? If you click that, and then if you email it across to... Or send it on Facebook. If you send it on the Facebook... can we send it on Facebook? studio@sewingstreet.com. If you manage to figure it out, then we'll definitely show the picture on air. Love to see.
Right, I'm just going to trim that in the centre because we don't need that part. So you've got another piece there to do something else.
Oh,
Okay, just pop a pin into there and then we'll finish that off. Turn it round.
We've got 10 more parakeets left, by the way. Cats, where have you found those from? She says, I've taken them out of Hannah's show, seems to have stolen them, so we've got them back. There's 10 extra ones. For anybody who's missed them, you can still get it. What about the pink pom-poms?
I think they'd look nice as well.
The pink pom-poms would look amazing with the rooster. We rarely see pom-poms. I remember Jude was telling me she loves embellishing everything with pom-poms. If you've just got a plain top, plain white t-shirt, put pom-poms around the bottom or around the sleeves, they look lovely. I'm not talking about amazing for me.
Next time I'm on with you, we'll all have t-shirts with pom-poms.
Good idea, good idea.
I'll bring you some in. We'll have white ones. Jo can have the pink ones. Okay.
I'm refusing to believe that summer is over.
Oh, I've run out of cotton again.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You run out of bobbin.
It's the bobbin.
Just whilst you're sorting your bobbin out. Can I just tell you about the panels from the 8 a.m. hour? Because we had such bad technical issues at 8 a.m. and I'd hate for anybody to miss these. Now, all of the pictures have been adjusted, so they're now correct. Just while Barbara's sorting her bobbin out. All on the overhead, sorry, Jo. Right, now, this one is your brand new vintage alphabet wall hanging. It's absolutely fab. It's just $14.99. Very, very popular indeed. Loads of you, hundreds of you. I know we're putting it in your basket this morning and couldn't check out. If you want it, you can still get it. It is available. Your picture is now updated on the website, so what you can see on there is the one that you'll get. We were talking about making it into a play mat, but also cutting out the squares and using them for lots of different projects. It's up to you how you use it. It is called a wall hanging, but actually it'd work for lots of different projects. Katharine did show us how to quilt it. She did some hand quilting on there. But if you do want to cut it up and use it for something else, go for it. Hundreds went into baskets earlier, but oh my word, we had the gremlins in this morning for bank holiday. They'd put their out of office sign on, I think, but our technical team, they were quick, weren't they? Did manage to sort out the problem. So that's the alphabet panel. We had we had a bundle of complementing panels, including 5-inch squares, 2.5-inch strips. So these are full panels. Also fat quarters. And, I mean, there are only 2 of the fat quarters. They're the big fat quarters as well. Extra wide. And you're also getting the hexes. Now, you're saving $12.99 if you get all 4 panels, $54.97 for the mega bundle. They are available. Oh, wrong way. They are available individually there. You can see the graphics RWUU19 for the hexes individually, 140 hexes on there. But it's definitely worth getting the bundle. There's loads that you're going to be able to make. If you missed the show earlier, watch back. You can watch back on YouTube or on the replay on Facebook after the show. Sorry about the technical issues earlier on, but I just wanted to recap those in case anybody missed them. They're really lovely panels, great colours. Barbara's got her eye on them. They are great. Right, are you up and running with your bobbin?
I am up and running. I finished the cushion.
Oh, fab! Yes!
So, there we go. So
oh, I love
him.
him! I love him.
And then pattern matched on the back.
That is so good, isn't it? And really quick project. I mean, you've just done all of that in, well, half an hour, if that.
Yeah.
With your sewing machine, not playing ball today. So that was really quick. Right, so we wanted to talk about piping as well.
So piping, so I'm going to use Mr. Rooster. There we go.
The rooster sold out. The bird is available. And Sue, you little telltale, she's just said, naughty cat, we'll tell Hannah that you're nicking her stock. It's only because people are missing out. Hannah's actually off for a week now, so yeah, snooze you lose. Go on then.
Okay.
Sorry, Barbara.
That's all right. So what I did with this was I cut out the back of the fabric to fit in here, just to show you that you could use the
This is borders, yeah.
as borders. So I've got chickens that are facing in, or you can do them so that they're facing out. So that just gives it a better. And then with the other strips you've got left over, you can pattern match again and make a border at the bottom, so you can have a bigger cushion if you wanted to. With the piping, I'm going to use the zipper foot.
Right.
Could you chuck me that piping? Thank you. So what we do with piping, this is a nice size cord as well.
Do you like doing piping?
I do. I actually find it really therapeutic.
Right, okay.
So what we can do with this one, so I'll show you, is we've got two pieces which I'm going to stitch together.
I always think it looks very fancy when you see piped edges on cushions. It does just take it to that next
finishes, yeah, just
next
does
level,
finishes
doesn't
them
it?
off. Like you say, with the pom-poms, it's quite festival. And then
look who it is! It's Sparky. We've got the picture. Oh, brilliant! Look at him or her. Sorry, her. Look at her. She's upside down.
she's actually got next to it in another cage is it a cockatoo or a cockatiel? It's a smaller version of that.
Right.
But when it was born, for some reason, it didn't have any feathers on its head, so it's like a miniature vulture. It's the most ugliest looking bird you ever did see in your life. It's honestly, it's quite a scary looking bird. She's ever so sweet, but
Just because I hope she's not. She's not
send a
upset by
picture in,
that.
Mum. Send a bald bird in. Oh dear. So I've just stitched two together just to give you a little bit more of a.
It's like the hairless cats. Do you like them?
Oh, I love them.
Okay,
And the rats. Have you seen the hairless rats and think, oh, I love rats? They're so intelligent.
I know,
They
but
are
do you
so
think that they're
clever.
cute?
Yeah, especially the hairless one.
I shouldn't say that though, because my Maisie, she still hasn't got any hair. And I still think she's really cute.
Oh, have
I
you
do put a bow on her head a lot, I know. But that's not to discover because she has her hair hasn't come in yet.
The boys have got
Callum,
some
I was
hair.
going to say Callum and
Callum's got
you
some
and
hair. Callum, they've both got not an enormous amount of hair, but they have hair.
Yeah.
Callum's is quite flat to his head and quite thick.
Yeah.
Ewan's is very wispy, and he's got this one little tin tuft that flaps about in the wind.
Brilliant.
So yeah, they are. Okay, so I've stitched these two pieces together, and I've put the piping cord in the centre.
Mm-hmm.
And then what we'd do is fold that in half and keep that piping cord in the centre, as she says. There we go. Just leave a little bit out of the top so you can see where it is.
Oh, do you just go straight for it on the machine now? Okay.
You can pin it if you can pin it.
Don't need
But
to though?
I don't think so, no. Because using the zipper foot, your foot's going to be sat on top of the piping anyway.
Right.
So you can run your stitch alongside, keeping the two pieces obviously folded in half.
Can you feel when you're sewing that you'll butt up against that cord?
Yeah, and the edge of the foot here butts up against the cord, so you know that you're catching it. If you hear a clunk, you've gone over it. So
Does it take a bit of practice?
it does, yeah. just slow. Just take it steady as you go in. That's
So
all.
you're doing this separate to the cushion.
So I'm doing
actually.
it separate to
Yeah.
the cushion,
And that makes it a bit easier.
just to make enough piping really, and you can measure around your panel if you want to.
If
know
you
how
don't
much
have
you
enough, because
need.
this comes in 1 metre pieces, could I just sort of...
Yeah, just join it on as you go
Okay.
through. So what I'll do, actually, I'll just cut that and then I'll show you. So we'll just get to the end. Ooh. I thought the bobbin thread had run out again then. No.
Oh no, it's not being your friend today, is it, Rishi?
Okay.
So you've got to the end of
So
that
I've
piping
got to the end
cord.
of that piping cord, and you can see there that that's where the piping is in that groove,
Love it.
right? So when you run out of your piping, you take the two pieces and really you just join them up so that they're
Oh, okay, I don't need
like
to
that.
stitch them together
Don't
or
need to
glue
stitch
them.
them
That's
together.
fine.
No. And then just fold that in and carry on stitching
Nice.
down. You could put a stitch into the middle if you wanted to, but you'll see it on the outside.
True.
So we'll just
Hi, Wendy Orlando. I was talking about you earlier. Kat was getting a bit not concerned, but she was like, "Why do you know every day that Wendy's in?" It's like, because I've only just been talking to her about the fact that I haven't seen her for ages. She's put, managed to get 2 of the designs. I was too slow for the thistle one. Can't wait to get them. Wendy, they're gorgeous. You'll love them. Loved all the shows today and looking forward to Yarn Lane. Me too. We've got the most beautiful crocheted tops today that have been behind me all day. Lots of people messaging in about those. Adam Brooks is watching as well. Hi, Adam.
Hello, Adam.
Did you watch the show with Adam?
I did. It was so much
He's
fun.
brilliant, isn't he?
So much fun.
He was on Sewing Bee this year, yeah.
Oh. Oh, something's fell on my foot. What is that? It's okay. Okay, so I've done this piping. So the next thing you're going to do, same thing again, is you're going to put the piping facing in.
Okay.
Okay. Into the panel. Just match that up there on the edge. And then using the back panel, making sure it's up the right way. Now you could put a zip in this because zips always look nice with piping, I think. They just look a little bit...
It's those extra finishes that look very professional,
Yeah.
don't they?
And then we'll just pin down the edge.
Your mum sent in a picture of the
No, of the ball bird.
the ball bird.
The ball bird. You must
Kat's
share it.
just, yeah, we'll share it. She said, can you see it very well, Kat?
Can you see its head?
I can't see his head. Where's his head?
So, if you go,
Oh, yes,
you kind of see the branch on the right.
There.
Yeah. Can you see it? You can just see it. And it was born like that, and it's never ever grown its feathers round its head.
Oh.
Bless its heart. It's a bit. I mean, it's really healthy. It's just really ugly.
Oh.
Okay.
That's quite like our Joe, isn't it? Really healthy.
Healthy. Yeah. Okay, so I've just pinned down the side, and now I can just feel my way down the piping.
I don't know why that tickled me. Right, okay.
Okay, so I'm just feeling down the side. I'll just take it out so you can see. Oh, there we go. So if I open that up now, the bobbin ran out.
Oh, no! Third time lucky.
Oh dear.
That's hilarious.
Look, the bobbin
Oh,
ran out.
dear. what roundup we need to do anyway, Kat, do we? I think we're okay. Is there anything that we need to round up this hour? So, anyway, we can talk through, can't we?
So
We can
I'm
imagine.
just going to fold. I'm so sorry. And in
Don't
actual
say sorry.
fact, that has even pattern matched the chickens.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Oh, that was a fluke. I didn't actually do that. So when you have that, your piping will sit in there and just give you that nice edge.
That's lovely, isn't it?
It is really nice. The other thing you could do with the edges is to hem it. So you could hem one edge of this.
Yeah.
Let's move it there. Just hem that. Then you could use a long stitch and pull it so that it becomes a nice ruffle.
Oh, yeah.
And then you could ruffle around the edges with the fabric as well. So that would give it another look.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's all about that panel, isn't it? So it's about the embellishing now.
Yeah. So you could put that into there, look, and have a really nice ruffle.
That would look lovely as well.
All the way round.
Oh, good idea.
Yeah.
I'm sending you photos when you've done this. I want to know what you've all done. What are you thinking of doing? That would look really lovely.
Yeah.
Barbara, it's been amazing
Thank you
today.
so much. I'm sorry that ran out.
Don't be silly. Sorry about our bobbins that are all half full. That's the job, isn't it? We need to do is fill up a load of bobbins. You're back quite soon, aren't you?
I am. I'm back on the 7th of September.
7th.
I am making some beautiful rucksacks.
Nice.
With some faux leather, so yeah,
Fab.
exciting. I'm looking forward to that.
I think you've got John's. I don't know if it's his last day before he goes on holiday around about then.
I think it might be, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely one of his last days. So he'll be in full holiday mode by then. You'll have a lovely day. I'll see you very soon.
Thank
It's
you very
lovely to
much.
see
Yeah,
you.
and you.
Have a lovely
Take care.
bank holiday
Thank you,
weekend.
and you.
Right, are we ready to get on our electric scooters? How are you commuting there, Joe? He's just going to run. He's just running. We're all off to Yarn Lane. I hope you can join us. Do stay exactly where you are if you're watching on the telly. Remember, check out your baskets on Kaffe. And if you are shopping on Yarn Lane as well, it's 1 P&P across both shows. The only difference is that you'll need to go on to yarnlane.com or go on to Yarn Lane's YouTube channel or Yarn Lane's Facebook. If you're watching on the telly, stay exactly where you are. Tomorrow's show, look at this. It's Bank Holiday Bonanza all day. Fabrics for 2 hours, tools, Tula Pink, fabrics, more. We've got so much. Oh yeah, we'll have loads of lovely chats as well. We'll get some good text topics in tomorrow and have a nice chat. So please do make sure you're joining us. We've got deals galore tomorrow. It's just myself for 5 hours, so it would be really, really lovely to have you company. Tune over if you're watching on Facebook, on YouTube. Stay where you are if you're on the telly. Katharine Wright's joining me for Yarn Lane right after this.
Who doesn't love a 3-day bank holiday weekend, especially if you get to catch up on your favourite hobby, sewing? We are making your bank holiday weekend more spectacular than ever with our Bank Holiday Bonanza. It's time to top up your fabric stash as we're bringing you a huge range of fabrics, all at amazing prices, as well as lots of handy sewing room tools, all perfect for your next sewing project. The Bonanza starts on Saturday the 28th of August and ends Monday the 30th of August from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. each day. You can watch on Sky 670, Freeview 72, YouTube, Facebook Live, or on the Sewing Street app. Amazing discounts, fabulous fabrics and tools, and a whole load of fun. What more could you ask for? Have a great weekend.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.